We are having sort of a split fight. They are split between the dragon and the fight. They should just take the fight.
Do they know the Twitch is here? Twitch is going to spray and pray. Think he's going to be able to kill the Mordekaiser? Surely? Dead. Nice, there it happens.
Brazil
oh, look at the Twitches. Look where the Twitch is. Look where he is, though. He's going to kill this Ari easily. They just don't know he's there.
Killing off screen.
Yeah, for real. It's going to go down. Mel here, Kate. The rest of the fight. But again, the Twitch comes from nowhere. He's crazy.
For the side, we're not going to see J4 go right in. The ult comes up, the Cataclysm comes out. They're all fighting in the middle. Not as caught in the trunk somehow. The Super Death Talker does come out and they end up getting knocked back. However, Olaf is on that backline, taking a lot of damage. Sevilla will fall, Jinx will fall. But this Olaf, he's taking them all back.
He just want to be for them. Okay, casually, I guess.
Safety. Jinx is on the other side of this wall. If they can keep, I was gonna say, if they can keep him safe. Okay, he went hella aggressive there. He's gonna get 2 kills. He's gonna go for the 3rd kill. He's gonna go for the 4th kill. Help the best. Stole his penta. Quadra kill here for Cookie. To be fine here. Meanwhile, Zeus is gonna be fighting Swaros on the top side, and that's gonna be a no way! Victor stole the Nash.
Oh my god. But the difference between it's not going to be enough because he comes back around for the drive-by. Bloody, that's going to be a hell of a clip.
It's, you know, it's like it's more of a rare occasion if it does happen. Just like a 3-man Bard ult coming out. Holy moly, in goes Neela as well. Look at the 4-man pull. Holy moly, the cutters are absolutely getting slaughtered and getting sent to the butchers. Clean ace.
Below on gold, it's going to be really hard for you to do the Baron here. Shreds your resistances. And we see 5DK are wrapping around. They're going to have to leave it, but it's on 3K. That means 5DK can just start it. It's very close to being stolen. They're going to just take this. Red team do get it. That's so unfortunate. And now the team fight begins. And JP's in the wrong place. He's going to get collapsed on. What can they even do here? Quay's going to run. Sejuani just going to watch his AP carry get popped. And he just has to run behind the turret and pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MiniLCS Winter Open 2026. Oh, day 2 of week 1 of the EU production. No NA production here. Go fuck yourselves if I see any NA productions in the chat. Now, today's set of games is the Sweatlords bracket. And sign-ups are not open right now. I apologize, they are not. As I said, we're gonna... Sorry, what? NA speaker? Rah, this guy wants to get kicked from being cast. Okay, I see how it's... In any case, yeah, this is Sweatlord bracket right now. This is the top tier of the MiniLCS Winter Open. These guys are, you know... This is like the Champions League, you know, for all of you football fans there, you know, not soccer. If you're soccer, get the fuck out, it's football, right? But we're not here to play football, we're here to play League of Legends, you know? And you can only play League of Legends, or you can only see the best games of League of Legends on the one and only channel. And that is, of course, the League of Shut Up. I'm going to see how many different voices I can go with that and cringe. See how many I can cringe out of you lot. Now, let's just cut straight up to the casters. We've got 2 new casters, ladies and gentlemen. 2 new casters for the MiniLCS. I don't believe they've been here before. If they have, someone can correct me. Nope, no one's correcting me. We have... I believe he is from NA. We have Shadow Dweller. And with him, we have, I believe it is, maybe Beto. So welcome, gents. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello. It is an honor to be here now. He talked about NA production, but the thing is, I'm from North America and he's from South America. And so, actually, the Western Hemisphere is here to take over for today. Screw your EU traditions, but we are quite excited to be here. Some of you guys may be familiar with me as I've casted in other League of Legends leagues, but my co-caster here in Beto is a first-time caster. I'm really excited to have him on here with me today, especially for what should be such a good matchup. Beto, how are you feeling going into this matchup here today?
Really excited, to be honest. Like, first time trying. Funny enough, you mentioned football. I'm from the land of football himself. I'm from Argentina. Like, we're really good at that, so I hope I'm really good at here as well.
Would love to have that happen. Obviously, this will be such a good match today. A great first time match to get into, as we have two interesting teams going at it. Team Zib versus Perplexed Express. Now, Perplexed Express are a brand new team here, so definitely a team with a lot to prove here in the MiniLCS. While if you've been around, you're a bit more familiar with Team Zib. But we're going to get into the draft here shortly. It's going to be interesting to see if the newcomers on the block can knock off more of a well-known team and make a statement here in their first week in the MiniLCS. As we see the bans coming in, always an interesting thing to see if you just ban away the strongest champs in the game, or if you maybe say, I don't like playing against a Wukong, so I'm going to take him off the board. Also, going to be interesting to see how the players want to draft, as it's the MiniLCS. We're not talking the LCS here, so maybe players drafting a bit more selfishly for themselves, or are they going to draft more of a team-based comp? What would you kind of expect out of these teams here, Beto?
Well, Perplex is a team that has his two strongest players playing on the bot lane, on the jungler, so they're probably going to be trying to play something around it. They're probably going to be drafting around some form of team fighting potential. On the other hand, Steve already drafted Orianna. They're trying to not show much information around. Orianna is generally a really good first pick because she can do poke, she can do burst, she can do a little bit of like team fighting with the ultimate, especially if she has a jungler that supports her. So already not showing much about it. Perplex is responding with the Diana, so she, you know, good engage, really good for the team fighting. And Steve is answering with the Puppy, trying to deny that initiation from her.
Yeah, but that Poppy's not locked in yet. Maybe want to save it for a later pick. Poppy's always an interesting pick to me, as it is a triple threat, as it can go jungle, top, or support. And you see, the Nocturne Orianna combo would be one I would love to see personally out of Team Zib, but maybe they just want to draft a tank here in the Sejuani. Now, Diana, always an interesting one. Haven't seen too much gameplay of her. She can go, she will be going into the jungle with the Victor mid. So it's going to be interesting to see how Zib want to respond. And they do like to go to the Xin Zhao. Obviously just an all-around really strong champion, one of the best. And so do you think that, maybe how do you think these teams should round out their drafts, Beto?
Well, Steve is committing a little to the Orianna initiation. Xin Zhao is usually drafted to replace Nocturne. Nocturne is not doing really well right now. They're presenting like poke and initiation after that team. Perplex is now on the backhand. They're being offered engage against them, so they seem to be drafting a Smolder to keep the distance to respond to that poke. Right now, teams need to make a decision whether they want to hard commit to the engage or they want to keep the distance and do a poke battle. Right now, Perplex is banning the Nico. They were hovering the Poppy, but they didn't outright ban it. So I don't know if they might be thinking about using the Poppy to deny the Shin initiation, since he's not unstoppable when he dash with his E. Civ is a little afraid of that poke. They're going for the Brown.
Yeah, and the Smolder coming out, an interesting pick. This is actually, funny enough, one of the champions we were talking about if we would maybe see here today in the pregame. And you do see the Poppy ban coming out. I do like that, considering they were considering it. And Poppy is just all around such a good champion. But for me, in my opinion, I think that Poppy can be a bit more hit or miss with the Keeper's Verdict. And so it always scares me a little bit when she comes out, because I've seen some players go 0 for 5 on Keeper's Verdicts, and it's the difference between winning a team fight or not. But you see the rest of the bans coming through, supports being taken off left and right. Both support players on both sides are previous, and well, one of them's a previous Diamond, one of them's a previous Master, and so definitely want to limit that pool and make them a bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, when it comes to Poppy, it's both the Keeper's Verdict, but also the Stealth Present. Not allowing enemy champions to dash is definitely a really strong effect, considering the more mobility the league is having with every passing year. They're going for the Maokai, keeping on the engage idea. You know, both the initiation on his ultimate ability, the vision on the plants, generally good presence all around the map.
Yeah, and the Alistar in response, I think I love watching Alistar. You obviously have to be a little careful with your headbutts and where you're exactly putting people. But a Cassante, I like this pick if this comes through. For Perplexed, I'd be a little afraid of who's going to really have that damage output on the Cassante, but maybe we're not gonna get him coming through, maybe electing to go for an Aatrox. They definitely could use that bit more front line, and considering you have Corki and Orianna as Xiao, I don't think you necessarily need to go with a carry top lane, but they will elect to go with it anyways with the Aatrox, and that's a Malphite. And what a lineup for Perplexed Express. Definitely some interesting picks with the Maokai, the Diana, the Malphite. I would expect this Malphite to be building tank if this comes through, but it will officially be locked in. Beto, whose draft do you prefer?
I generally like the Civ team all around. Even if the Aatrox gets counterpicked by the Malphite, he's benefiting a lot from the new season, both on the new lifesteal item. Also, you have the Alistar, who is good at denying the engage, you know, the Xin Zhao, who can still deliver the Orianna ult, and even if you don't have the Xin Zhao, you can have the Alistar in the case of like a gank. On the other hand, Perplex is still going for the team fight. As I was saying, you have the Malphite with his ultimate, you have the Smolder, who can do a lot of damage, Diana trying to do the 5-man pull, you know, the wet dream of every jungle player. It will be a definitely interesting match of, well, both teams trying to engage in each other and seeing who can do it better.
Definitely going to be really interesting, and I think there's a lot of ways this could go right for either team and a lot of ways that this could go wrong for either team. Now, something else I would look at is that I think Team Zib have more guys that they can send on a flank angle compared to Perplexed Express. Kind of depends how you build this Maokai. I would expect this to go towards tank Maokai. That way you can start to opt to send Diana for flanks, as flank angles always interesting to me. Hey, they can be executed really well or really poorly, and those are what make or break a fight if teams want to elect to go for it. But you have to be careful either way. There's so much damage potential. If you get caught in the roots of the Maokai ultimate, that Malphite ultimate is coming in over the top. I mean, this is dangerous for any of the carries.
Yeah, but you need to remember, Maokai generally what you're used to see the Leander's build, but that's on a jungler. When Maokai plays a support, you have lower income, you don't get to use that many items. You will usually go the tank route. And that's why you pick the Alistar. Alistar can choose Cleanse the Ultimate and protect the team.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there.
I would say though, Perplex team has more experience bot lane. I will expect a bloodbath on that bot lane. They both can do poke and they both can engage on each other. Alistar is going to be generally a little weaker early on, but so is Smolder. So with both junglers who really like to fight early on as well, both the Xin Zhao and Diana really like fights pre-level 6, that bot lane is going to be a bloodbath.
I gotta agree with you there. And the thing is, for Perplexed, you do not want a bloodbath in the bot lane. You just want to let your Smolder scale. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Zib on the Xin Zhao wants to operate, because you can visit the bot lane early and often and try to prevent the Smolder from scaling early. But if things go awry and you are caught out by Bipolar Sunshine on the Diana, that Smolder could start to get going early, and that is not something any team wants to face. And obviously too, you've got a bit more late game scaling with the Victor, so it's going to be interesting to see how they want to handle this. And yeah, always a big question for junglers. And obviously we have some of the new items in game, some of the new role quests. And Beto, how do you think with the new role quests, obviously these players may be a bit less experienced on the new patch, how do you think things like the role quests really change how they play?
Well, as I was saying, definitely Aatrox is one of the champions who benefit the most. The levels giving him stats, both AD and resistances, and the new items, they've been adding some support for AD bruisers on top lane. That's been benefiting Aatrox, they're benefiting Ambessa, and any bruiser who really likes to fight, really wants to stay in on long committing trades. When it comes to the rest of the champions, mid laners also benefit a lot from the tier 3 boots. Both you have the Victor, who really likes to go on a more carry role, so the extra power of the boots benefits him a lot. On the case of the junglers and the supports, not much has changed for them. You do get to benefit a lot from the reduced cost of the pink wards on supports. That allows you, it's a little bit here and there, but with time you start making up a little advantage. You get to buy an extra ruby crystal. It's a little bit more health, a little bit more resistance on maybe a Negatron cloth, maybe a cloth armor, and you do get a little bit tanky, but not much has changed for them. ADCs are the one who get funnier. Caster and ADCs, both Corki and Smolder, all of them depend on the items, not as much as the traditional ADCs, because they want the cooldown reduction for their abilities cast, they want more stats, since they don't stack as much scaling when it comes to attack speed, AD, and crit. So both casters benefit a lot from these changes. You could start to see
I
how
gotta agree with you.
it is changing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if maybe we see some of the new items joining us here today on the Rift. And the other thing is, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3 and this is Fearless, so we will not be seeing these champions the rest of the series. But I think I prefer Zib's draft more here. I'm concerned about this Diana pick. I don't think Diana jungle is the best. I think it can definitely be strong, but she feels a bit out of place compared to the rest of her team here. And so I'm just a bit more concerned about this Diana pick, and mainly because of it, I think I favor Zib's draft here.
Oh, definitely. Is the Diana a common pick right now? No, it is not. Is the Maokai a common pick right now? No, it's not. Zib pick is definitely straight out of the OCK. But you know how it is. You always want to root for the underdog. You see a Maokai support, you want to have fun. You see the Diana, you want to see her doing those 5-man pulls. You want to see the Victor getting the giant ultimate after a pentakill. You always want to root for those who are going for the unorthodox strategy.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, Perplexed Express are the newer team here in the league. And this is a tough matchup. 4 of the players on Zib were Master last season, and only 2 of the members for Perplexed Express were Master. That is Nacho on the jungler role and Bipolar Sunshine on the ADC. So that's the thing, is one of the 2 Masters players is this Diana. Maybe he knows something that we do not know. Maybe he has a little trick up his sleeve. Definitely, if you want to come in and you want to make a statement against a more well-known, strong team like Team Zib, and you want to plant your flag here in the MiniLCS as a new team, this is how you would do it, is getting a win here early. But we will have to see if that can come to fruition, as I definitely think if this goes later in the game, it will favor the side of Perplexed Express more with the Smolder, with the Victor. But early on, if Zib can kind of get this one to an arm's length distance, that's going to be really concerning for going later into this game. I'm going to look at Perplexed Express to maybe not fight as much early and just look for the late game scaling, instead of wanting a kind of bloodbath style of game where it's just team fight, team fight, team fight. And so hopefully we can see great things out of them, and obviously maybe not the best matchup or the one you would have preferred going into your first appearance here in the MiniLCS, but that's just the cards you were dealt, and so you got to figure it out here. And for the side of Team Zib, a returning team, we know a bit more of what to expect from them. We know how good these players can be, and so they're going to look to set the tone early for how their season's going to go.
I mean, as a former Maokai main, I can say they should show up here. I'm already rooting for them. As soon as I see that tree, I'm a happy man.
Mecca's always a fun champion to watch. Now, I play Orianna, so I gotta root for my girl Orianna. But,
also, we're gonna be fighting on this game, huh?
It looks like the casters are gonna be split here, but ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten word from the producer that the lobby is ready. We will get into this one. Week 1, day 2 of the MiniLCS, and this match between Team Zib and Perplexed Express will get underway. And already we have a bit of early trading. I mentioned one team doesn't want a bloodbath. It looks like they actually do, as everyone's looking to get aggressive early, and Sunshine has to burn his flash already. A response flash out of Zib though, and suddenly that it looks like he got the advantage early, and maybe not so much. Beto, if you had to keep an eye on one lane, what is your premier lane for this one to keep a focus on?
As I was saying, the junglers, both of them really like to fight early on. They're already showing that. If I had to keep a track on someone, I'll keep a track on them. Whatever they're gonna be, there's gonna be action. They already started. They forced the Diana flash, and the Xin Sao graded a little, but still not that much. He got to keep the entire enemy top lane on the jungler. So that's gonna be 3 camps in favor of the little Zib.
Yeah, and he's actually gonna elect to just take 2. Doesn't want to overplay his hand. Maybe also looking to get this counter jungle opportunity gone. But definitely, obviously the bot lane's gonna be important with the scaling Smolder. But I think you hit the nail on you hit the nail on the hammer. Oh my god. But talking about the junglers being important, I gotta agree with you, as Sunshine caught on the wrong side of history early, and that is a quick first blood over. And speaking of junglers setting the tone, that's how you do it. But another lane I'd like to highlight is the top lane with Moonshine versus Gekno, because when you have more of a carry top laner versus a tank, it's always interesting to me because obviously you need Gekno to have a good game to be your frontline menace. And for Moonshine, you're looking at him to do a lot of work later on. And you talked about it, how much Aatrox benefits from the level 20. So it's going to be important for Moonshine to not fall behind here early on.
Yeah, but that's also the thing. Every time you play the top lane against a tank, the tank doesn't need to win. All he needs is to steal. Malphite is not here to win the lane. Malphite is here just to press one button, and he presses that button the right way, he wins the team fight. Moonshine has the pressure to speed up. He wants to snowball as fast as possible.
Yeah, and you see early in the bot lane, kind of what we expect out of a quirky Alistar bot lane, kind of a more dominant start as we see the top laners going at it early, but it's the top lane and it looks scary, but it's like two drunk guys fighting at a bar. Nobody wins, and eventually the police show up, and in this case the police will be the junglers. But Gekno forced into an early back, and that means Moonshine can catch the wave, and it is something to keep an eye on. Is the teleports. Always really important to see how players manage those, because it can make all the difference in a team fight. As you see, teleport priority is kind of split between the mid and the top lane. But what do you well, real quick, look at a replay here as you can kind of see what happened here, that in just Sunshine getting forced off, and then he wanted the smite, and I mean it just didn't go in his favor, especially with the mid laners coming down. I mean, that's just a risk you didn't need to take, especially considering the camp count, and obviously it's going to make all the difference here early as top laners both low on HP. But what do you expect out of this mid lane, Beto? As hold on a second, maybe not the mid lane, as Moonshine gonna go in, and Moonshine will pick up a solo bolo onto Gekno in the top lane as the first Drake appears on the map. And look at the mid lane. Sunshine's here, but it's not going to be a good angle.
Sunshine definitely wanted some revenge from the Sis on the Sip kill. But yeah, the thing with the mid lane is both are immovable carries. They're not going to be rotating around the map early on. They're mainly here to do some damage on the team fight. Both of them have big AoE threading abilities. They want to create space, do a lot of AoE damage, and bring all the magic damage they can to every team fight as possible. So not much from them early on. More like a gentleman's agreement on farming.
Yeah, and something you always gotta keep an eye on is the roam timers. Always very interesting to me. If you watch the pro scene a lot, you know how important supports matching each other's roams are, but these aren't pros that we're watching, so it's going to be interesting to see if Minnow and Hoi can go blow for blow and make sure that, hey, when you're there going after my guy, I'm there to defend my guy, as this maybe not the trade that Gekno wants to take. And look over at the flash being burned by Nacho as Hoi flashed and went for the headbutt pulverize, but the flash from Nacho keeps him safe for now. And again, Smolder going to be the one to watch. You can see the scaling stacks. He's at 49 stacks right now, so not a bad pace, but got to be careful because that's going to be your win condition later on in the game. And for Gekno, bad is turning to worse as he's just getting pushed away from everything. And speaking of being pushed away, flashes exchanged and the Arcane Storm wasn't enough to save Little Rat as he will drop in the mid lane, and everything's starting to go right for Perplexed Express as they are making a statement here. Heal comes out. They got to be careful trying to get Nacho out of there, and they will, but with bleeding out health bars, Vigart has to be careful here, and everyone will back off just barely okay.
Yeah, definitely. They went for the initiation. Maokai is a really tough champion to kill. And when it comes to the Smolder, you generally want something like about 10 stacks per minute. This one is going a little more on the slower side. He's having a rough game, considering that he's being pressured by an Alistar, but you still have the scaling on your side. Really risky ultimate, but somehow it's working. I definitely don't have the energy to cast a play-by-play. But there's been a lot of aggression right now going on, especially on that mid lane. Malphite is gonna risk it for the biscuit. He's not gonna die, but both of them are really low HP. Both of them don't know where the enemy jungler is. Xin Zhao is gonna be spotted doing the dragon, so Malphite knows he's a little more safe. Moonshine is definitely risking it a lot though.
We know that Aatrox gets the healing as Gekno dancing with death, and then here comes the Orianna, a massive shockwave, and that's just going to be Sunshine falling as in a handshake of the objectives. But look who's caught in the pit. It's Zib having to flash out, and there still is one Void Grub up on the map, but unfortunately due to a disconnect we will have a tech pause real quick. But this is definitely interesting how this is turning out so far.
A summoner has reconnected.
Yeah, you start to see a little bit of the value from Maokai when it comes to the sapling toss showing vision on the Xin Zhao. You know the enemy jungler is in the bot lane, you can take more risks. You know Gecko can be more risky, he has his passive, he can mitigate some damage, and if the Aatrox wants to engage on him, yes, he has some sustain, but you have the jungler nearby, Sunshine can show up, you can do like some form of ultimate combo, you get to do some plays.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of the replays, some of these solo kills coming out, and we did just realize the team names and logos are on the wrong side. It is in fact Zib who are up 4-0, and they have just been finding these solo kills and winning their ones, which is important. And this a great Malphite ult to just barely survive, and he cleared the wave fast enough to make it so the Aatrox had to back off, so that barely worked in his favor. But we could easily be talking about 5-0 right now, and it still is a 3,000 gold lead. And this is where for Perplexed Express, I mean, this is exactly the opposite of what you wanted. You did not want all the heavy fights, heavy action, so you almost get a kill, but Nacho auto to minion. Oh,
yeah,
no!
He's clearly being nervous about it. And
that
the pressure
is
does add
not
up.
how you want to see that go. Yeah, again, this is a new team here in MiniLCS, so maybe a bit more pressure for these players. We don't fully know their history. Some of them, I'm playing in a league, maybe it's their 10th time, but sometimes people just fold under pressure, and tiny misclicks will kill you. Speaking of misclicks, Greed can't make any here, trying to get out, but the Arcane Storm will rain on your parade. And finally, Perplexed Express will have a kill on the board.
Definitely shortening the goal difference in between the teams. That's what you want to see. You want to see the goal on the victor. You want to see him scaling. You want to see buying items, because at the end of the day, he's your damage. You do have a Smolder, but Smolder is not a Jinx. He's not as capable of dealing the same damage that a normal hyper carry. You want your mid laner to be fed. You want him to be dealing all that teamfight damage.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I feel like for Perplexed Express, this is more of a team fight comp with the Maokai ult, with Mom coming down, with the Arcane Storm. You have these ultimates that will lock people up between Gekno and Minnow, and then you just have these huge AoE attacks. But you can take a look here at what happened earlier. Sunshine electing to go for 2, but he just barely exits not soon enough to see the Orianna coming up, and by the time he's aware, it's just a little too late. And then he went for the engage, trying to get a quick kill, and it just wasn't enough. And so you got your top laner out, but at what cost? And then he gets a little bit of revenge here and catching the Orianna off guard. But for Perplexed Express, you need to figure this out, and you need to figure this out fast, and this is not how you figure this out. As in during the replays, Little Rat went down and Sunshine joined him in a grave, and everything is going right for Zib.
But ultimate's being burned by both players. Malphite getting the Moonshine out of position, but the movement speed that Aatrox can when Warlander allows him to get out of turret range, no problem. They keep fighting each other. They really wanna see them die.
And Moonshine showing off the power. Minnow forced to flash, looking out for the headbutt, and there it is. And is it enough? No, it's not. The tree survives just a little bit longer. And now you can see the dive straight on the Little Rat, and he is just under so much fire. This Orianna is up to 4-1. Zib are in full control here in game 1.
They have a trade on the bot lane. The Smolder is just farming. We get to see the fight again.
God.
It was a really good angle that the...
Oh, the shockwave. Oh,
yeah.
That's massive. Oh, what a shockwave. Yeah, and you're just seeing the experience levels really come out here between these two teams. As now another fight in the mid lane. This is looking like another kill as Greed is on a rampage. And look out in the top lane, Moonshine wants another, and Lil Rat can only curl up under his tower and cry, begging for Greed to go away as he almost gets him, but the ball keeping him at bay. And the Void Grub is, unless the overlay's bugged, there's still a Void Grub on the map. And for the side of Zib, sorry, I just got word from the producer. It's Herald, just the wrong logo. But the next Drake has spawned, and not much has gone right for Perplexed Express. One, the good news is the enemy team only has one Drake. The bad news is we may find another grave here, unless the Arcane Storm just barely not enough. Greed got a little greedy, but look out, here comes the Maokai ultimate over the top, and now the Zinja's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Zib is in this front line, but look at them, they're trapped in a tomb. This may be the fight that you wanted if you're Perplexed Express, but the Drake is gonna be taken away by Zib. Polar Sunshine taking a kill on Hoy, and now the Orianna trying to get out of there. Greed's in a lot of danger, and he uses the ultimate, but it's not enough with the power of Gekno coming over the top, and Bipolar Sunshine wants a little bit of revenge, and he'll have it. And suddenly, Perplexed Express have a 3-0 and have a route back into the game.
Yeah, definitely a weird play from the Alistar on the mid lane. He burned his flash, he burned some of his resources, so when the Drake fight happened just a few seconds later, he was caught out of position and he could not do anything about it. It cost the team a lot.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before that Perplexed Express are looking for those team fights, and you just saw the power of them in a team fight. But I think a big contributor was Zib was just completely awkward. I mean, you knew you didn't have priority in the mid lane, and you went for it anyways, and kind of just walked into a grave. I mean, that was not the fight you want to see from Zib. Now, the good news is you still have a 3,000 gold lead. You have the two Drakes. You are ahead. But the concern is if that's how these team fights are going to go for Perplexed Express, things are suddenly looking a little less dire.
I mean, what's 3,000 goal lead when you have a Dream and a Diana? Those shockwaves, they keep dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and somehow Lil Rat barely getting out the Blackfire Torch's damage, just not enough. For once, it pays to not be healthy. But speaking of paying, here comes the Maokai ultimate over the top, getting the roots, and the Mom comes down, and Veigar is in a lot of trouble, and he will go down. And 3 members went bot side for Perplexed, and they walk away with the kill on the ADC. And suddenly, it looks like Perplexed Express have some more fuel in the engine. They are coming to life.
They're definitely climbing back onto the game, and you have to remember, they do have a Smolder. Smolder starts low, but as soon as he hits those 225, which he's approaching, I will expect him to get there in about minute 20 of the game, about 3 more minutes, maybe 4. He's gonna start executing. And that 2 damage burn is gonna hurt, especially when you have an Aatrox who's gonna build resistances, when you have an Alistar whose ultimate does not negate true damage, when you have a Jin Sao, all of those champions are gonna start to be slowly burned little by little, and that's gonna add a lot of difference. That's sometimes gold you don't see, but does still apply. Do we get to see the replay again?
Back at this. Yeah, this Drake fight, I mean, look at what happened. I mean, Zib wanted the Drake and just kind of left his teammates out to dry, and Sunshine making his introduction here as he went in, and you could see the Malphite ultimate dash through the Orianna shockwave, and that was a big contributor as to why he didn't get out. And then you saw another gank down here. The Alistar cleanse, not enough, and while he did get away with his life, they went all in onto Veigar, and he's just dropped again. He is 1-3 on this Corki, and Little Rat dies again in the mid lane, and his rough game continues. Or sorry, in the bot lane. Thank you to our producer, but for Little Rat, he needs to stop going down. He just needs to stand tall for his team here, because he's going to be important. But you can see the flash now from Zib. Zib looking to go all out onto Sunshine, as now the Maokai ultimate trying to get his teammates out of there, but the Orianna is here. The shockwave isn't enough. Mom comes down over the top, and look at it, everyone's starting to arrive. Smolder in a lot of danger, then down goes Nacho, and the Aatrox is here, and he's looking to keep everyone alive for his team, as everyone's still somehow alive. Nacho's the only one dead so far, but with the Malphite caught on the wrong side of history, he'll go down as well. As Zib looked like they were going to go down in such a bad spot, and somehow Moonshine got everyone out of there, and the Drake will be their reward.
It's a party at Wolves, and everyone is invited. As soon as everything starts, you get to see the Avengers lights, the TPs come in, and you get to have the bloodbath that was promised.
Yeah, and
Save is gonna say, shoot the Drake as you was saying.
Yeah, it felt like an awkward fight. I mean, Minnow tried to make sure to get Sunshine out of there, but then there was no follow-up after they got the roots. And speaking of a follow-up, they're going to look for a follow-up off the shockwave, but look out, here comes Sunshine. Sunshine, does he have an angle? No, he's going to elect to back off. These teams got to be so careful. They're starting to bleed health bars, but the ultimate comes out, and the stopwatch wasn't in time, and he's in a lot of danger. Speed is down. Everyone else is dropping a low HP, and the Malphite's going to be here, but so is the Aatrox, and now you see the Zinjao. Zib is leading his team through, and Veigar has another kill in his back pockets, and Zib continue to dominate. That could have gone either way, and somehow off the back of Zib and Moonshine, they will have a better look here.
I mean, you get to have more of these fights. You keep fighting, your team is made for that, but if you're not paying attention, the Victor is taking down your turrets, you start losing pressure around the map, he's gonna get away, there's no way the Alistar is gonna cut him, And you had to ask yourselves, yeah, we got a kill, but what about the pressure on the map? Who's still winning? You still have the goal lead, but for how long?
Yeah, and the thing you gotta be careful of is look at the Drake timers. Actually, he's just gonna be pulled back in, and Little Rat maybe going down and again, but the blast cone, all reliable, keeps you alive to see another day. But look at the Drakes. Zib has the 3 Drakes. This is infernal soul point. You have to be careful, as Little Rat might have disconnected the fountain. Never mind, he's moving again. But now you can see Zib are starting to run the jungle, and this is going to start to get scary for Perplex, especially if you walk into a lot of danger here, as the Maokai ultimate going to come out in response, and Hoi will elect to headbutt him away. But is he aware of the rest of the team going to be here? Now Sunshine's going to go in with the ultimate. His mom comes down over the top, and you can see the split fight. Look out for Nacho. He's in a lot of danger from Zib, who pops the crescent card to look to stay alive as the world that is going to come in, and here is Sunshine, as Sunshine will bring them all down, and Zib with the triple kill, and Zib will look to take game 1.
Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want to see when you're in Perplexity team. You don't want to see the ultimate being used to survive. You are a Maokai, you have the sapling tilts to give you vision. You don't have to take that many risks, especially if your team is far behind. Yes, you're a Maokai, yes, you take a lot of damage, but when the enemy team has this many kills, when you're behind 10,000 gold, you're not as tanky as you might think. You need to remember, you're still playing support. You don't have the income of a jungler.
Yeah, and that just didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. You can see it starts here at this little exchange, but the Maokai ultimate maybe a little bit too soon, and you can see here that Nacho got caught out by Zib. Zib found him, and then suddenly your ADC was backed out of the fight, and on the backside, look at Monshine rip through with the Aatrox, and he is just too strong, and Zib looking to dominate, and now this may be the final hurrah as they're gonna look to take him down, but now Minnow gonna have to flash out of there, and where is Nacho going? Nacho's going in the middle of them all, and he's just gonna drop. Gekno used the ultimate to no avail, and there is Monshine and Zib. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's a 5-for-1 ace, and you can see that this phase is going to start to fall apart off the back of the Baron buff.
Yeah, as much as it hurts me to see, I don't think the plan is gonna win. I don't think it's gonna take it home. You're starting to get to the point in which even if your carries are left alone with the Corki, they don't have the damage to take him down. Diana has been facing him, throwing all of his abilities at him, and Corki managed to escape unscathed. It's getting rough, that's definitely for sure, but maybe can they turn it off? Maybe they can pull off a miracle? Soul fight is about to happen, just a few more minutes. Maybe... Oh no, it's already happening right now. We don't get to see the small timers. Yeah, I was expecting the timer clock on the minimap.
You gotta be careful here. One false step for Perplex, and this is over. And here is the engage. It's gonna be Zib in the middle of them all, but a massive knockup from Hoi will catch out Gekno, and that might have been the end. The shockwave is so big, and everyone's just gonna drop. And there's the world ender to end Minnow's world. And game 1 will go the way of Zib after a dominant performance.
Yeah, sadly, damage was not there. Even if Diana got a 3-man pull, it was just not enough. We get to see right now Zib to do the winner's march through the Arc of Triumph. When you get to have the victory on your hands, there's not going to be enough time for them to respawn, and even if they do, this game is already too far behind. Still, a really good performance from Perplexity, who was... Were you saying their first game here?
Their first game, but if you're going to win this series, you gotta do back-to-back games now. And I mean, it wasn't a terrible game, but that was domination. I mean, for the side of Zib, they were in full control the entire time, and that is just such a strong performance. And for the side of Perplexed, they're gonna have to figure something out and figure out how to fight back in game 2. I think we're definitely gonna need to see a different kind of draft style from them, but it all kind of went wrong. I mean, everything went wrong from the start. I mean, that level 1 with the early fight, and from there it just kind of spiraled. I mean, it wasn't even necessarily that the bot lane was doing really well. I mean, both bot lanes were kind of more like not really doing anything. It was more of the solo kills in the top and mid lane that made the difference here in this one, and let the Orianna go early. And you can see that gold difference over time. I mean, the gold difference started getting bad before 5 minutes, and you can see just the fact that Team Zib controlled the entire map. They were winning in the kills department, in the assist department, in the gold department, tower plates, drakes, barons. I mean, everything went right for them, and that was just full domination of the rift. It felt like Perplexed almost never stepped onto the rift.
Yeah, definitely the Jin Sao pick was an amazing one. They were winning all the early trades. Steve was pressuring Sunshine, and it's something that you don't get to realize. Just a small thing here. You win a fight now, you have to force Diana to recall, then you get the kill thanks to the Orianna, and now your jungler is ahead. The jungler gets to gank the Victor. Victor didn't got to play because the Orianna was ahead. Orianna started moving all that pressure to the top lane. Now the Aatrox is fed, and it's just a butterfly effect that once it starts, you cannot really stop it. And I gotta admit that Xin Sao pick was definitely the best thing in this match.
Yeah, but now Perplexed Express are going to have to figure it out, and we will have to wait and see if they can and figure this out. Again, it is obviously their first time here, so obviously the first games are going to be rough, especially a team like Team Zib, but obviously you need to figure something out, and you need to figure it out fast. You cannot be satisfied with an 0-2 as not the kind of debut that this team or any team wants. But we'll have to wait and find out if Perplex can fight back in game 2. We'll see you all after the break.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mini LCS. We just saw what was such a strong game one from Team Zib, and for the rookies now in Perplexed Express, they have to figure something out. That game definitely didn't go the way that they wanted, but that was dominant. And so we will get into the draft here shortly, and we're gonna have to see, can Perplexed figure this out? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you know the tale. It all starts in the draft, and Zib was first pick slamming the Gwen, and that is going to be dangerous one. Sorry, Perplexed slammed the Gwen. And that's a way to make a statement. Obviously going to be interesting seeing the transition from a tank top lane to a carry top lane, but everyone knows how good Gwen has become. I mean, she is already great, but Dusk and Dawn has really transformed her. And Nico, my favorite champion, and that is a great pick. Now, I'm going to be a little biased and say this could go mid lane or support, but let's be honest, this will be a support Nico. She can be played in mid. One day I'll get to see it.
There are some people who do crazy stuff like that. Even Faker himself is a Nico avid player, so every time you need somebody to counter initiation, you can give her the carry role, and Nico can definitely pull the job. They're gonna accompany it with a Junara. Junara being like a heavy carry role. She's definitely in for the team fight, and Perplex is gonna reply in short with a Tristana. So again, we're gonna have a bloodbath in the bot lane. Both teams are here to take a fight. And the good thing for Perplex is that there's no longer a chance out to be picked because we're playing Fearless.
Yeah, and this truly will be a bloodbath now. There's no more of the we want to wait and stack. Now, I expect priority to go over to Team Zib in the bot lane early. Yunara can be such a strong champion, and the Nika is really strong, but Dr. Mundo, it will be locked in. That should be a jungle Mundo. If that's a top Mundo into the Gwen, guys, I'm going to be subbing in as the coach. But I expect this to be jungle Mundo, and here's why I don't like this pick right now. When it comes to picking Mundo, if the other team did not draft enough damage to deal with him, he's such a shock pick that you can't do anything about. So to pick him this early is kind of revealing a trump card way too fast, and I would have preferred this be a red 5 pick, as I think that is an amazing pick slot for Mundo, because like I said, the other team has their comp. If they don't have the damage to deal with Mundo, you slam them and there's nothing they can do. But as we see these back half of bans coming in, what are you expecting these teams to do to round out their draft comps, Beto?
I will definitely agree with you on the Mundo take, and I'm seeing this banning Gnar. Are they expecting a Wen jungler to be chasing the Mundo all over the map? That will be a really unexpected turn of events from Perplex. But what we're seeing right now is similar to the previous game. We have two teams that want to go fist fight, want to fight each other from really early on. Obviously, if you have the Leona against the range support, you're gonna have the disadvantage. But the explosive damage on Tristana and even on Leona add up to the Yunara really well. So even if they might be poked out of the lane, they still have a chance to go all in. And the same for Wen. If she gets role swapped to jungle and is chasing the Mundo around, she's gonna be chasing him all over the map. Mundo is a really weak pick before level 6. Even before level 11, I will say. He doesn't get to fight really well. He doesn't have the sustain. He doesn't have the damage. He needs to build his first health items. You know, you go for the Heartsteel, you go for the Warmogs. See this hovering on the Azir. Back again, even more teamfight oriented.
It's Talia. I would love to see an Azir.
Don't
get me wrong, Talia is still strong. Yeah, Talia is still really strong. Zeros are always interesting to watch. But yeah, I kind of agree with you on Mundo. I do play him myself. I don't think he's bad after level 6, but I expect this to be a Gwen top. Gwen jungle has gained some traction, but it's not where I expect this to go. And then Anivia, always an interesting pick. If you don't know, with the Anivia wall, you can completely trap someone against the environment and they will not be able to move. And then Tom Kench, and my god, you might have been spot on with this Gwen jungle, as this will certainly be an interesting lineup. And obviously Zib still have that red 5 pick. They're gonna wait to see, is this Tom Kench being locked in, and it will be. And those are two champions who would love to build Dusk and Dawn. And is it Fiora? Is it set? I would love to see Fiora more kind of heavy engaged champion here, but they may just elect to go set for a second tank here. What do you think they should do with this red 5?
I do kind of like the Camille pick that we're holding for a moment. Set can be a little more complicated, especially because you don't get to walk in due to the Anivia. Leona's gonna CC you, Gwen becomes untouchable, and you don't really want to focus the Tam Kench. You do have the lane advantage against him. You have a lot of percentage damage, you have all the return damage on your W, but once you finish the laning phase, what do you do? What do you do if you're not ahead? Are you gonna wall through the Anivia ult? Are you gonna flash through the wall every time you have a team fight? It's gonna be a really complicated matchup once you get out of the laning phase.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I don't I understand why you'd want to go Set here. He is one of my favorite champions. I love Set, but he can be really difficult to maneuver in team fights, especially against champions like this. And obviously that Gwen's going to be scary. There is the CC. You're not going to be able to lock down this Tristana if he holds his jump. And honestly, right now, I am favoring Perplexed's draft. What about you, Beto?
I'll definitely agree on you, and not because they picked Maokai last game. Civ is lacking CC, and Perplex has good champions that can really capitalize on that. If you don't CC the Gwen, if you don't manage to burst him down before she starts using the Veil, before she starts tearing down through your set, through your Mundo, how are you gonna fight that fight? And if you want to go in with your champions, what about the Leona? How do you get in with the Nico if you have an Anivia? And even if you do get in, you still have a Tam Kench that can protect someone from that Mundo, that can protect someone from that set. It's definitely looking rough for Civ. Then again, Civ showed they are more experienced. In the last game, they were showing more lane dominance in most of the roles they were playing. So they're behind on the draft, but they're ahead on experience. Definitely going to be an interesting game to watch.
Yeah, and you mentioned there's not a lot of CC. And for the small bit of CC you have, the Nico, the Set, the Italia, look at the other team. How are you going to lock that down? Gwen can go immune. Tom Kench can dive underground. Tristana has her jump. Anivia, that Nico's gonna try to go in, and she's gonna get walled off. Now, that is going to mean that it's going to be ever more important to hold your flash. But if this Anivia can predict that flash properly, a good timed wall can push this Nico back. And obviously to the Leona, a really strong pick. I'm concerned for Team Zib here. Yes, they played better last game. They are the higher ranked players, but this draft I think is heavily favoring Perplexed Express. And I personally think that we're gonna get to go to a game 3.
I will say though, every time Faker plays Nico, he likes to build Proto Belt. And Protobell on Nico is a really unexpected item because minion wave approaches you and suddenly the caster minion dash Protobell ults your face, and yeah, you don't anivia wall that fast enough. So that could be a really weird angle for the Nico, and if that ever was to happen, I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, and I think we got word from Day Zero in the Twitch chat. The Taliyah was misclicked. It is in fact Rise, which just makes me favor Perplex's draft even more. If you're telling me that this is not Taliyah and it is actually a Rise, that's even less CC. I mean, at least
you get a
like
point in
with the low
CC,
CC, you had the Taliyah wall.
Yeah,
in my opinion, yeah, I think the Unraveled Earth and plus the Taliyah wall, I think would have been better here than the Rise stun. So I would have rather seen that Taliyah come out, because then you could at least isolate some members in the team fights, and now you can't.
Yeah, you also get to stop the Leona, you get to stop the Tristana a little. When, if she doesn't have the veil, you can stun her as well. Taliyah can deny a little bit, can allow you to play from range, can allow the Yunara to poke a little and have a little breathing room. The Rise, it's definitely a higher DPS, but you have the same issue. Only a point-and-click CC to one target on the enemy team, and when you have 5 people jumping at your face, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and for Perplexed Express, this is your opportunity to get back into this series. I think that you have a team comp that's going to be very hard to lock down, and obviously don't have a ton of CC. This could be great for them. The other thing is, you should never, if you're this Tristana, you should never be falling victim to a Pop Blossom, flash or not. You have the jump to get out of there. And so I think this Nico pick is a bit more negated by that, unless he really gets a like shocking flash Pop Blossom over a wall in the jungle. But as long as Perplexed navigate this properly on the Tristana, this should go perfectly fine for them. And keep in mind, this is going to be someone who is a high rank. I mean, this is not like your beginners who maybe forget that the ability exists. And obviously too, we talked about why we don't like the Mindo. Gwen's going to melt him. Like when I play jungler in lower ranks, there are a few champions that I will never pick Mindo if they are on the board, and Gwen is one of them. I'm really concerned about this. The good news is there's a mobile mid lane carry that you could try to abuse early, and that's what I expect. The bad news is you have a jungler who doesn't gank well early, and so there's going to be a lot of problems here.
Yeah, but also, Gwen should always be your permaban if you play in Mundo, but also you have your Mundo. Okay, you ghost, you wall towards the enemy carry, so let's say you go for the Tristana, let's say you go for the Anivia, let's say you manage to go around the wall, let's say you block Tristana's ult. You still have a TK. As soon as you approach them, TK will eat them and just run away.
Yeah, and he definitely has some snacks too. I'm unsure of the interaction between a Tom Kench ult onto a Nico who's ulting, but that would be a delicious snack to me. The ult still happens? Okay.
Yeah, like
always
the
interesting.
Tam Kench will carry the Nico. Yeah, Tam Kench just carries the Nico around. You get to see the circle around the TK, and TK just walls, and it happens around the TK. Like TK becomes the center of the Nico, the blossom.
Okay. Interesting little interaction, but it's going to be interesting to see. Perplex Express too. This is a new team here. We don't know how long these players have played together. Do they have a mental leader? Do they have a guy who can say, guys, sit down, take a deep breath, we got this, this is how we get back into this one? Or do you just kind of ball up, get mad, you're sad that you lost game 1 and then you lose game 2 because you're tilted? Also, for the person asking for it in chat, here's your cat.
Aww.
But she's going to have to see a lot from Team Zib if Zib are going to get back into this one here. I mean, I think just off of the draft alone, I think Zib have lost this game. But still, these players are such good players. Definitely no slouches. Do not sleep on these players. They can be really good. They've played well here in the MiniLCS before in seasons past. So definitely don't turn the game off yet, as they may have a little bit of a surprise up their sleeve to win this game in a sweep.
There are more cats? Do they multiply?
Yes.
But I want to live in your house.
I'm American, so you're gonna look at this cat and I usually hear, wow, typical American fat cat. He has a genetic disorder. This is my cuddly boy, Sammy. Yes, hello. Sammy, who do you have favored here in this one? He says it's perplexed. He wants to see game 3. I think all of us would love to see a game 3 between these teams. But Beto, what lane are you looking at? What's your highlight lane here for this one?
The lane I want to watch, speaking of chunky boys, is the top lane. Remember that with the new season, we have a new item, the Sword of Night and Dawn, if I recall correctly, that allows TK to apply 2 stacks of his passive, which is 1 cast of a Q. So TK can now instantly ult someone as long as he's in melee range. That's something I want to see happening. Besides that, the bot lane, again, we have a bloodbath expected there. Junglers should be a little more chill, especially because the Mundo is going to be conceding a lot of pressure to the Gwen. Gwen is going to be pretty much dominating the whole game. And, well, in the mid lane, you have, again, an agreement between 2 gentlemen who are going to be farming a little until the late game.
Yeah, and we'll finally get into the game here in this one. My lane to watch, as it will be Sunshine playing on the Gwen, and a little bit of early trading here in the bot lane. But the thing that I'm going to be looking at will be the mid lane. That was the kind of deciding lane last time, as Nacho, having to burn the barrier, almost went down early. So my highlight lane is the mid lane, as a flash comes out, and oh my god, that could have gone awry, as Nacho looking to maybe get a bit aggressive early. You gotta be careful, but that's early priority for Zib, and that's the opposite of what you want. But anything runes wise or summoners wise that you want to point out here?
Not rune wise, but something did happen in that bot lane. That Leona used Q. She's playing on Binsu's arranged lane without her dash. That means until level 2, there's nothing she can do but take damage. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if she panicked level up the Q as soon as she saw the Nico within the bush. But that's gonna be rough on the early game for that Leona, because she's just a sitting duck there.
Yeah, and something I'd like to point out is it is teleport Ghost on Gekno, and also Ghost on Bipolar Sunshine. So interesting choices. There's also a Ghost on Greed, but that means that And it's also Ignite on Moonshine. These summoner spells are so offset from each other that this will cause for very interesting lane interactions. Like the teleport war is going to be won by the side of Perplex Express, and that first kill is going to be won by Moonshine as Gekno just went in too far.
Oh, another thing worth mentioning, and it'll be interesting to see if TK brought Shield Bash. I saw some people doing a really interesting tech. You see, the new teleport, once you complete the quest, gives you a shield of 30% of your HP. So if Tankenge teleports, shows up in the middle of a fight with a shield that is the size of your house, and Shield Bashes you, it will usually be for about 1,000 damage to your face of burst with just one basic attack.
Yeah, it's one of those new interactions. And speaking of a new interaction, or maybe not so new one, Nacho going down early. And you see here, you got to be careful and look at the wall. The wall's going to be massive as here goes Gekno over the wall. And Gekno will pick up a kill onto Zib, who just overextended. A great wall placement, and the jump is going to come in. And now there's got to be careful here as Minnow is low, and now you see the power of the Nico gonna go in as the Ignite's gonna come out, but Hoi already has the kill on the Minnow, and that is more early damage. But look out in the top lane, Set W coming through, and Gekno goes down. Couldn't even see the W through the terrain, maybe he couldn't either, and Bipolar Sunshine will pick up a traded kill. But these teams are showing how bloody they can get early, as look over in the bot lane, Nacho almost overstepped, and now he's actually just gonna jump right onto him, but he gets rooted. The barrier is enough for Nacho to get a kill with the help of the turret, and suddenly it's looking a little bit better for Perplex.
Yeah, as we were saying, that set is gonna dominate the lane, but you need to dominate the lane. A little bit of a rule from last game: if you're playing against a tank, going even is not enough. You need to get ahead. The tank just wants to survive the lane, wants to endure, and wants to get to those team fights. Most tanks have team fight oriented abilities. You want to get ahead. You need to be able to pressure that tank. You need to be able to threaten him so he doesn't get to split lane, so you can roam around the map, so you can drag all the attention from the enemy team. Zed is gonna be really good at doing that, but what happens once the laning phase is over? Well, let's hope he's ahead enough. He definitely seems to be up to the task for now. DK is suffering all that damage, the percentage damage from the set, the true damage that you cannot really resist. A really rough matchup for the Tankenge. He's already gone in 2 plays, so about 1,200 gold lead for him.
You fell for it.
Nico doing a little bit of deception.
Yeah, and now for Perplexed, I mean, we talked about how good this draft looked and how much we liked it, but it's Zib with the 2,000 gold lead, and it's looking like the skill gap is just coming into effect, but maybe a little bit of a bait and switch coming out from Low Rat and Moonshine, as now Greed's going to be in a lot of danger trying to use the phase rush to get out of there. They'll finally like to back off, but the jump from the Tristana is going to go right in onto the support, and Hoi in some danger trying to get out of there, trying to be deceptive, and it'll only be Minnow actually going down in response. And look at the junglers as Sunshine has a kill, but here goes Zib. The needlework, is it enough? Yes it is, with the help of Little Rat, and somehow they survived the onslaught of Zib off the level up from the kill. And now another jump in, and actually going all in, and Nacho went all in, and Nacho, an ill-advised trade, trading his life for the support yet again. He has been going after Hoi, but he has been punished every time. And here's the Swallow, and there goes Munshine. He's gonna use the flash trying to get out of there. Bipolar Sunshine is here, but it's not enough. You can't just walk blindly into the set, and now Munshine is gonna bully you in the jungle. He does have the Ignite if he elects to use it. Here comes Lil Rat, and now suddenly Munshine's days are looking numbered. There is between the middle of them all, and he's going to use the ultimate, and the Nivea wall's going to keep him off of their jungler as Hoy finally starting to show up just a little bit too late to make an impact, and Mund will go down. But that is a lot of CS experience and time that he wasted away from the side of Perplexed.
Yeah, definitely Moonshine trying to pull off a little the fact that Sid has such a bad matchup. He can go and threaten the win, he can try to steal the jungle, he can threaten the Tam Kench, force him out of the lane. The same goes for the Anivia. You have the advantage now, you're 1,000 gold ahead. You can try to convert that advantage into your own team so you can give the Mundo a little breathing room. A little more fight on the bot lane.
These teams are spilling blood all over the Rift. 14 kills in 8.5 minutes. Who could have predicted that? As it is still a 1.4 gold lead for Zib, but that's not as much as you'd think. And look where the gold lead is. It's mainly in the top lane. What I'd like to point out is Munshine doesn't have TP. And what that means is that if there's a Drake fight on the bottom side and Munshine is in the top side, that is most of your gold lead not there. As well as you can look at the support, a big gold lead, but that's the thing, is the only place your gold lead is actually impactful is the 600 gold over the ADCs, and that's about a component's worth of gold, and so it's not that bad. It looks bad. 1.7k sounds bad, but it's not actually bad when you look at how everything is. As Munshine gonna be try to serve up for dinner, but the W will keep him alive for now. And a Pop Blossom on the bottom side. Be careful of that bottom side. Everyone's gonna look to go in. The needlework has to take a little bit off of the head of Vigar, and it will. And now here comes Lil Rat looking to make an impact. Blocks him off. Realwarm to get out of there is good. And that could have gone worse, and somehow Zim only walk out with 2 dead bodies.
Yeah, amazing the Zenith Blade from the Leona getting the kill. So it was not such a bad trade-up. On the top lane, Zed did die to the Tam Kench, which does put him a little behind. But I wanted to mention, you kind of forget about it. Yes, he doesn't have TP, but remember that top laners now get a free TP when they complete their quest. And because he's been so far ahead, he's gotten so many kills, he should not be that far. He probably will have it by the next Drake.
Look where the gold is. Vigar has a 1.1k gold lead now, and that will start to feel impactful as he does have his Kraken Slayer up now. And obviously in the top lane, Gekno starting to fight back a bit, but taking a look at what happened and just waiting for the jungler, trying to help your jungler get ahead. And this looked so bad, and then it wasn't. And suddenly the rest of the teammates arrived, and it was only a 1-for-1 at the end of the day with the kill over in that top lane. And you can see that the top lane lead has been halted a little bit, but first items are starting to come online, and the benefactors will mainly be Zib. But you can see the Dusk and Dawn on Bipolar Sunshine. If you're not aware of what that item does, it basically applies your on-hit effect twice. And for Tam Kench and Gwen, those are 2 of the biggest benefactors to Dusk and Dawn, as we mentioned kind of briefly in the pregame. And there's another Swallow in the top lane. Munshine going for a ride into the tower. W responds, but he takes another tower shot. And hold on a second, Gekno maybe has the angle that he wants, but the set ultimate, the showstopper, and Frog Popper will take him down. Here is Lil Rat looking to help out, and they have him trapped here, and that should be it, as the W actually keeping him alive a bit longer. But notice how even when Monshine is dying, he is wasting so much time for the mid lane and jungle, and it is a difference starting to be felt as maybe a dive opportunity here. Hold on, ultimate pop by Vigar. Here comes Zip, and he's looking hungry, as now the Minnow just gonna go down. Nacho trying to flash away, not enough, as Hoi picks up the kill, and here comes the needlework. It's Vigar first to go down. Pop Blossom response, looking to keep the jungler alive. Needlework ends, looking to get a bit more of a haircut, but here comes Greed, and Greed will keep his teammates alive and pick up a kill for him. It's a 3,000 gold lead for Zib.
Yeah, definitely Natural learned their hard lesson that Mundo goes wherever Mundo pleases. I guess today was not his lucky day. Anyway, something I want to mention. You were talking about Junara's advantage, but Win still 1,200 gold ahead, and it still takes 3 people to take her down. That's something that is not going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, and a little bit of emoting, but Lil Rat gonna get a little bit of a slap for that one, courtesy of the Yunara W. But for Zib, even after what we consider such a bad draft, they are really fighting back here in this one. And it mainly comes through just how good Vigar has done and how good Moonshine has done. And obviously having that R5 counter pick is so important, and we criticize the set pick a bit, but it's looked strong so far. But again, you gotta keep an eye on these summoner spells. Greed and Moonshine do not have teleport. Later on in the game, if a team fight occurs, they're gonna be off on vacation, not paying attention, as now the Anivia wall keeps them at bay, keeping Low Rat alive, trying to get teammates here. The Sunshine going in, Pop Blossom, the egg is out, Needlework, here comes the Solar Flare, and it's not gonna be enough, and now with the Tristana jump, still not enough, and it seems like for Flex Express, the story of this game have been close, but not close enough.
Role quest being finished by both top laners and the mid laners already. Both of them have the TP now. Tamkench has the enhanced teleport. Zed has just the default, but he still has the ignite with him that he got from the beginning of the game. So we're gonna start to see him more present in every team fight. Right now is the moment Tamkench wanted to survive for. He gets to participate in all of those fights. We already see how Perplex is having the upper hand when it comes to team fights. Yes, Moonshine hasn't shown up yet, but back when we were talking, we were expecting Moonshine to hit the laning phase. The question is not the laning phase, the question is once the team fight starts, can he go through that Anivia? Can he go through that Leona?
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of an ill-advised jump in from Nacho, but the Needlework gonna come out over the top, trying to hunt down Vigar. He will find it. Suddenly, 1 versus 1, but the support's looking to show up and make an impact for their team, as Minnow barely jumps in front of Point, keeping his jungler safe, as both junglers will somehow start to walk out, but you can see the Sunshine going in. Anivia wall keeps Green below the waves, and now Poi's in a lot of trouble, trying to get out of there, uses the E, not gonna be enough, and he will drop as well, as Gekno dropped again in the top side. And just like you said, Zib have the advantage but cannot win the team fights.
Seems like we're having a little bit of a break. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup once Moonshine gets to participate. He is really fed. 2,000 gold lead is nothing to scoff at, especially when it comes to a set. He should be recalling right now with about 1,500 gold in his pocket. He should be getting part of the components for his next item. So far, he only has a long sword, so a little hard to tell what is he building. But he's gonna return with a little more punch into him. Tankench is no longer gonna be enough to counter the side split he's gonna start making now. Looks like we got a little bit of a replay from last game. Nacho dying really fast, but yeah, Perplex, that win not gonna go down anytime soon. Especially if it is the Mundo, when heals a percentage of Dargen max HP. Mundo likes to build percentage max HP, so the tanker the Mundo gets, the tanker Wen gets as well.
Yeah, and you saw there the flash in from Greed got a little too greedy and went in a little too deep, and we get back into the game and you can see the Drake going the way of Perplexed. But for Perplexed, I am really still concerned about Nacho. Nacho has tried to get aggressive and rocket jump in, and he keeps dying for it. Someone needs to tell him to chill out and slow down, because yes, his overcommitment set up that team fight, but it may become a liability later. And the other thing for Gekno, also has to slow down, as he is just getting really hyper aggressive, and you're seeing that the gold lead is 2,000 now for Moonshine, and it's scary. The good news is that Bipolar Sunshine not feeling bipolar about how they want to play in this game. They have been dominant, but you can see the gold graph, and it's been a 3,000 gold lead for a while now. And again, here's the good thing for Perplexed. That 3,000 gold lead is a bit deceiving, because Greed and Moonshine do not have the teleport summoner spells. So when there's that team fight around soul points, if they're not there, they're not going to be joining. And that's the good news, is that for Perplexed, it will be a lot easier to gain advantages in team fights. But now in a little bit of danger is going to be Bipolar Sunshine, as he's going to be dancing around, and now the teammates are going to look to appear as Gekno in a little bit of trouble as well. And finally, Sunshine gets out of there with the help of his bot lane, but can Minnow get out of there? Zib is staring him down, not going to be able to slow him down enough. But you can see these teams, they really want to fight. Things are starting to get really chippy as we're entering more of a gross style of throw hands and never back down. It's been that way all game, but now everyone's so much stronger and it's a lot more dangerous. You got to be careful. Keep your eye on the Drake timer. 2 minutes and 45 seconds until Perplexed, have a chance to move to Soul Point.
Something worth mentioning as well is that yes, they are far behind in gold, but they are 2 Drake ahead. They have the pressure on it, and they have trucks. They have been winning on the jungler so far, and we all know how good it is to have a strong jungler when you get all the objectives. Every single gold, every single Drake, every single objective is worth a lot of gold. So that's a little hidden advantage that they may have, and it's not noticeable on the gold lead. Also, Anivia finished Leandris just a few moments ago, so it's gonna start dealing a lot of damage, especially to that Moonshine, to that Zip. Even Greed is a champion that builds a lot of max HP, so with the Rod of Ages, so you're gonna start seeing a lot more damage from him.
Yeah, and Gekno needs to be careful here, as he doesn't know that he doesn't have teammates in the area, and he just gets too aggressive, and Gekno just gonna try to burn the clock, but may have run out of time here. And this was the other concerning player. I mean, Perplexed should be winning this game, but Gekno and Nacho are way too aggressive. They have been throwing their lives away carelessly, and it's going to at some point cost them big time. You gotta be careful. Is now speaking of being careful, Moonshine actually just walks into the middle, and the Pop Blossom over in the middle. They're going to be fighting over there as well, but in the 2 versus 1, it is enough to take down Moonshine. Anivia Egg going to be popped, not going to get to revive. It will be wasted here. Now the members trying to get out. Here comes the Bone Saw. It'll slow you down just enough, and Minnow is going to find nothing but a grave. And speaking of overstepping, everyone from all parties overstepped yet again. And here is Sunshine to barely get his ADC out of there.
It hurts to see those flashes against the wall, but it happens to everyone. It did finally happen.
Hold on, they're going to go back in for an engage. The Sunshine going all the way in onto the Mundo, popping the needlework, as now Gekno forced under his turret, and he's going to be in a bad spot, and down goes Sunshine again. A little discordant or disoriented as he thought Gekno was going in, and Gekno goes in for some reason again, and there goes Nacho, and the wheels are starting to fall off, but somehow a double kill onto Hawaiian Greed, and Nacho's gamble pays off.
Bryce didn't realize he had the Tristana bomb attached to him and walked to Hoi Hoi, killing both because of the Tristana's collector. But yeah, that was a really tough team fight for Perplex. It's gonna mean that Sid gets to have the second Drake for his team. They're losing a little bit on that advantage. Goal lead is not about 6k, which again is something you do not want to see. The only redeeming point you have at this point is that when Did fought that set and when Did won that last team fight, yes, you did lose it, but when pretty much missed the entirety of her ult. So maybe you can have a new team fight, maybe on the jungle path or something that makes it easier for her to land the abilities. Yeah, here we see the battle in between the 2 most fed members of every team. It costed a lot, but it proved that you are ahead on that damage still.
Yeah, and the key member is going to be Sunshine. As we see in the bot side, a little bit of danger. Gekno almost got caught overextending again. But here's the thing is that everyone's been overextending for Perplexed. This should be a game that they are winning, or at least an even game. But everyone keeps overstepping, and now for the side of Express, they gotta figure this out. They gotta stop overstepping. And speaking of overstepping, look at the bottom left, and there goes another member with another overstep, and you see it in the replay. Gekno went in, and he flashed to his teammate to... What am I watching? What am I watching? What I'm watching is a lot more chaos, as we're just gonna go back into live time, and immediately everyone's gonna be going down the needlework over the top, as Nico gonna have to burn the Zanyas, trying to stay alive, not gonna be enough, and Gekno is here. He swallows his teammate, looking to keep him out of here, getting a shield. Both members have a shield, but Zib is too healthy, and so is Moonshine. And now Sunshine's gonna be on a run for his life, trying to stay away from them. That is a Mundo. He goes where he pleases. There's no tier 2 turret, gonna be in a lot of danger, and he finally elects to back off, and somehow Perplexed Express overstep yet again and get punished yet again. As Moonshine actually gonna be punished here, he should go down to Little Rat, but when you look, this should be a game that Perplexed Express are winning. And they're just not. Someone has to tell them to stop overstepping and just wait for the team fights. Because they win the team fights still, but the problem is they never get a full team fight because of the fact that they keep overstepping and just dying one at a time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also the point of, like, if you're losing, you feel pressured to do more. You want to win. You want to do the play that changes the advantage. And that can get into your head. I have to do something, and you start making mistakes, you start whiffing ults, you start engaging when you shouldn't. Yeah. It's not as easy to be playing on a high level, especially if a lot of people is watching you.
Yeah, but it's what you gotta do. As you can see that I'd like to especially point out the top lane gold lead. It is 3 items to 1 and 2 components. And Gekno has not had fun this game whatsoever, but you see everyone starting to jostle for position around Baron. I'd also like to point out Zib did get that Ocean Drake, so Drakes are tied 2-2, and suddenly now Gekno's gonna go in, but it's another overstep, and that is going to be punished. And Sunshine trying to do all that he can, but the Realmorph, now his teammates are gonna look to show up, and they're gonna elect to back off, but here's Munshine, here's the rest of the team, and it's going to be a 4 versus 5. The Anivia Wall's going to split him on the opposite side. The Tristana is going to take down Roy on the backside, but it's not going to be enough. And now he's in the middle of the ball. Flashes away from the Bone Saw, trying to get out of there. Teammates still looking for an engage. They want the ADC, trying to track down Vigar. Not going to be enough, and they might have just overstepped. And the Anivia Wall will push them back. But for Zib, their reward should be this Baron if they elect to go for it. And they will. And hold on, Sunshine is still here. That's the member to watch. This is going to decide the game right here. 8.6k gold lead. Now they find Lil Rat. He's gonna have to flash out of there. Greed chasing him down, looking to get greedy with it. Look at Vigar's health bar. It is low. Sunshine, miracle steal. He's got it. Oh my God! Sunshine going in the middle of the ball, and the showstopper not enough. He's gonna get 2, and now the solar flare is gonna take down Greed, and in the middle of the ball. Not gonna be enough. Here comes the Nico Ultimate, the Pop Blossom looking to fight back. Do they have the damage though? And they will. Down goes Sib. Boy, looking to get out of there, but the Anivia Wall will steal your fate, and Perplex went for a Hail Mary, and it pays off.
An amazing play from Bipolar Sunshine. He managed to go around the Baron pit. Nobody saw him. He planted the pin to be sure that he was outside of vision. The Leona was giving him the position inside the Baron pit, went for the steal and got it. Bring the team back into the game. They get another Drake. They're now on soul point, and the goal lead went from 8k to about 5. So definitely was the kind of place that the team was needing. Sunshine definitely being the hero.
Yeah, talk about a hero play. I mentioned it, Sunshine. That's going to be the member that brings them back in. And holy hell, did he just bring them back into this. This was the start of it. Gekno overcommitting again, and Sunshine having to dance. And my God, did he dance with some fancy footwork. But Munshine appeared in this fight, and the Anivia Wall, so important. Lil Rat has been killer with the Anivia Walls, and you can see Rise getting bounced away, but the Tristana eventually fell. And look over in the bottom, if we go back to live time, Zib's in a lot of danger. Pop Blossom coming out looking for a response, looking to keep him away. The Zonya's gonna be popped in now. Munshine's in the middle of the mall, looking for a full W. Gonna be pushed away, he's still clipped it on, and Gekno's gonna be down already. And now they're gonna be pushed back, but the Realmorph gonna look to go all out. And the Zonyas are not gonna be enough, as everyone will drop except for Sunshine. Left in a 1 versus 5, he has to defend them all, and he can't. And that might have just sealed the game and sealed the series.
30 seconds on Nacho, 24 on Gecko, and at this point, they're too far behind to be able to salvage this game.
Has been destroyed.
Unfortunately for Perplex, yes, the Anivia was managed to be shutting down the set. Yes, the Wen was ahead and managed to steal the Baron buff, but at this point, you're too far behind. The Junara has a 4,000 lead, pretty much full build at this point. Not much you can do about it.
And that is how it ends. Just when it looked like Perplexed were ready to get back into this game and into this series, they fall short. We'll see if we can get a replay of that final team fight. But it looked good at first. It looked like they had caught Zib, and then Moonshine showed up at the right time, and a great job by Team Zib to play all around well as a team, and that was such a strong series from them. That is definitely how you make a statement in week 1. As you can see the gold difference over time, they just ran away with it.
Yeah, something worth mentioning, participation that was not, that we didn't talk much about the Hoi Hoi and the Nico. Yeah. Damn, that was like a really big goal lead. Hoi Hoi on the Nico, every time a team fight pop, he was getting the big ult. It's a big no-no zone. You get here, you're gonna lose a team fight, so you have to wait for it. He was good at stalling when Blessed missed, so you have to wait the invulnerability, you know, when cannot be affected. And look at that, yeah. 3 people stun, you get the Sonias after that, and by the time all of that happens, you're already winning the team fight. That Nico did a lot, and that was... It was worth mentioning her. Like, we talk a lot about the win, a lot about the set, but an outstanding participation by Hoi Hoi as well.
Yeah, Hoi Hoi, top tier pop blossoms. Every single time that he pressed that button, it had an impact. And for Perplexed, you just couldn't survive long enough to make it to that soul point fight. And again, they were so split in that last fight. They kept firing into Zib and just didn't go for the back members. And by the time that Sunshine went for them, Moonshine was there to back him down. And it just felt uncoordinated from Perplexed. It felt like they weren't clear on their target selections. They weren't clear about when they were going in. And it just didn't look good. I mean, especially Gekno, way too aggressive. I hate to highlight one player, but he just kept trying to 1v1 a bad matchup into the set, and he handed over so many free kills because of it.
Yeah, that was a tough lane to watch. Like, you are counter pick, you have the time Genji against the set, you're not gonna win that lane, but all you gotta do is endure. You get your tabbies, your steel plates, sorry, and you choose hold the line, arm on the turret, and don't let the set get too far away with the game. But still, Zed managed to pull him out of the turret with his stun, managed to get him out with the ultimate, and Gecko went for the greedy ults, trying to get the Zed on the tower, trying to get the kills, which worked at first. As soon as Time Kench got the level 6, he got 1 kill, but the more and more Zed got the advantage, the more HP he had, the more armor he had, he got to a point in which he was just ignoring the turret and, well, destroying Gecko.
Yeah, and that's a chat message to display on screen, but it feels like for Perplexed Express, they have the pieces to have a good team, but they need to figure it out, as it was just not very team oriented here. And when they were fighting as a team, it looked really good, but Nacho kept getting caught out, and you can see the difference makers here. Moonshine, it says 8 and 8. His impact was felt a lot more than that, and it was rough. You can see the damage per minute, the gold at 15 difference. It was so huge, and honestly, for Sunshine, he did his best, and he's what kept them in that game. But at the end of the day, the power of Moonshine on the set was just too much for them to deal with.
Yeah, as you were saying, Nacho as well. Definitely, if you want to keep competing at this level, he needs to put up the fight. He was one of the master players from Perplex. He was expected to carry, and you know, I was not seeing it. I was expecting more of him. Definitely something to get better. Sunshine was the other master player, and he did got a good second game. He looked a little nervous, maybe on the first game, maybe burning a flash too early. But Nacho is definitely the player that you want to see having a better performance if they want to continue playing at this level against these players.
Yeah, and for Sunshine, just highlighting him here, what a performance by him on this Gwen jungle is. I mean, he was single-handedly the reason they stayed in that game. That Baron steal was amazing, and that's going to be a highlight played all season long. But unfortunately, League of Legends is a team game, and it doesn't matter how much you're doing. If your teammates are having a bad game, you're not going to win.
Also worth mentioning, I'm curious on whether the Wen was the jungler pick from the beginning of the game, or if they flexed it. If they flex that Wen into Sunshine, who was not expecting it and did this well, kudos for him.
Yeah, definitely. But another player I'd like to highlight is Vigar, as he might have flown under the radar, but he played so well for his team. You can see the KDA, and especially in game one, while he didn't have an insane KDA in game one, he was the deciding factor in a lot of those team fights. And you can see just the difference that Vigar played at compared to Nacho. And he was one of the biggest reasons. Obviously, too, the mid lane, Greed played really well, but even when Greed maybe had a worse game in game two, his teammates were there to step up, and that's what's important, is that you are there to pick each other up even when you're playing at your worst.
Yeah, Veigar definitely pulling a Gumayushi here. Not too flashy, but consistent. And that's what you want to see from your ADC. You want him to be there, you want him to not miss farm, you want him to have the goal lead, and you want him to deal damage. Outstanding performance from him, exactly what you will expect from your top tier ADC.
Yeah, and taking a look maybe next at the mid laners, I think also obviously the mid lane performance by Greed, I think it was just a case of everyone on Zib played better. I mean, Hoi Hoi was insane, and we mentioned it briefly that yes, he maybe flew a bit under the radar, but especially in that second game, when he used that Pop Blossom, every single one was important. Every single one mattered. Every single one led to at least one kill in a team fight. They were amazing and turned so many team fights on its head, exactly as any Nico player should do. And it was just a great job by him overall. I don't think anyone on Zib had a bad series. And for the side of Perplexed Express, they'll be back and they'll be stronger. And I'm excited to see what they will bring to the table as they get more experience here in MiniLCS and get more of a feel as a team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a big difference between playing ranked league and competitive league. You have a coach now, you have communication with your team, you are trying to pull out the plays. It's not the same, and it takes a while to adapt. That's something that I don't think there has been a single pro player who has never mentioned or talked about. But that's what you're here for, the experience.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think obviously these teams with more experience, like Team Zib, will have the upper hand in the early weeks of MiniLCS, and for any of these teams coming together, it'll be a bit rougher in the beginning, but we have plenty of time for these teams to work together and build up the communication and the chemistry. And so, as I said, hopefully we can see Perplexed come back stronger than ever. I did just get word we will have an interview. So while we get that set up, going to be interesting to see who we have brought in. But it was a great series, and as we get into the I can't think
That's the best profile picture I've ever seen.
Fuck! You hit me right character, come on! Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo guys, can you hear me?
Welcome in. Yes, we can hear you. We love your profile picture. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Welcome in. So, obviously, how are you feeling after that series? Gotta feel good after a win like that.
Feeling good, really good. Had a moment with my mid laner flashing into me to kill me, but we got over that, it's fine.
We gotta know, was that intentional?
Of course it was. He was like in watch chat screaming, heal me, and flashed to me, started running. Then we like laughed my ass off afterwards, couldn't play normal. So,
I was gonna say, that play looked like I was out there. I'm bronze. So like,
I didn't saw the flash the first time. I thought it was like a mistake, but when we got the replay, I was like, these guys are having fun.
I mean, I had my flash up, but I wanted to get back, but never got the chance.
Fair enough. Now, obviously, during that game 2, we favored the draft from Perplexed Express. And so maybe considering the draft, you guys were kind of on the back foot early. So how did you manage to like work with that in maybe an unfavorable situation?
I don't think. Maybe game 2 was a bad draft, because jungler really likes playing Dr. Mundo. He had low FPS, so he decided to go Mundo, because it's one of his signature champs. So, but game 1, I think we had a better draft overall.
Yeah, game 1 I think was kind of decided by the draft, and obviously game 1 and game 2 everyone was playing well. What did you guys do to kind of make sure that this team can come together and play so well? Like, did you guys put in a lot of scrims? Have you been playing together for a while? Like, what kind of brought it all together for this great series you guys played today?
I just played the tournament, the MiniLCS thing, like before, and I've changed like teams, but we played like some games together before. We didn't really scrim or something, we just like decided to come up and play to have some fun, you know? And my mid laner really showed me like a thing or two, so maybe in the next games, we'll see some stuff.
Fair enough. Now, obviously, that second game, you were amazing on the Nico, one of the players we highlighted. What told you that it was the right pick to first pick Nico on the red side?
I think Nico was not a good blind, basically, because Leon Tristana is really strong, but we should have just blinded Urara and picked a jungler, doesn't really matter, but since their mid laner plays somewhat of a Nico, I just wanted to deny it from him, and I play it a lot, so...
Fair
That's
enough.
pretty much it.
Now... Fair enough.
They worked really well. They went for a really engaged team, and you managed to pull it off exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta like engage first or something like that. That's what I heard.
Fair enough. Now, obviously, looking ahead to next week, we don't know yet who you're going to play, but do you guys think you're just gonna ramp up and be ready for any opponents? Do you think you guys will have to like do some research into what they like to play, or you kind of just go with the flow with your opponents?
I mean, usually go with the flow. But if I remember correctly from last time, there is like good set of individuals. I think that we played. I forgot their names. I was playing top lane. I think the top lane was Lee Neum, I think. And yeah, I don't know which team is that. It's wait, Sweat Lord. It's Coin Flip Amateurs. Yeah, we played them and we lost to them like last year. I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, so maybe a team you guys want to watch out for, but Hoi Hoi, I think that is all from us. Obviously, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Any shout outs you want to give before we send you off?
Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah, I would like to shout out my friend Will the Moonshine. He shined a little bit brighter than the enemy Sunshine, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Congratulations on your win today, and hopefully you can get a win next week as well.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy your evening, guys. Good luck in future games if you're streaming any.
You too. Thank you. You too. Guys, that was Hoi Hoi from the side of Team Zib, and what a performance it was from him in both of the games. He played really well, and so obviously a lot to take away there for Perplexed Express. I don't think this is a team you can count out, but definitely a team that has improvements to make. And for Team Zib, that's looking like a really strong team. Definitely a team to be careful of. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have another series coming up after this, so we will be sending it to break here in a minute. But Beto, this was obviously we'll have a different caster for next game. This was your first League of Legends game you casted. Any shout outs, feelings? How did you like it?
I honestly had a lot of fun. Those were really fun games. Love to see them all okay there. I felt a little like identified for them. I'm gonna be rooting for those guys even if they don't pick the tree ever again. And shout out to you, man. You invited me here. And you know, I want to try casting at some point. I want to take it a little more serious, and like I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, it was great casting alongside you. Obviously, we'll have you back on MiniLCS. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will send it to a break before our next series. So we will see you all for our next series shortly.
Yeah.
Stjörnor helt vindrins patit. Gör hunger hon där skall regn går. Regn om ström når ej erva sist. Börjar kallir vilt er vär på se tunnor med kråna
Welcome everybody. Good evening. We are burning the midnight oil. Well, everybody in Europe anyway. I think, what is it, like maybe 3 p.m. where you are?
4:35.
There you go. All right, we are burning the early afternoon oil. We're burning the midnight oil over here to catch ourselves a second series in the Sweatlord bracket. So obviously, for those of you who saw the first series, Perplex Express and Team Zib pulling out that quick 2-0 victory. The games were pretty scrappy, but you know, fundamentally at the end of the day, Team Zib walked away with a clean 2-0. And we're gonna see whether or not Mystery Int or their opponents Pagans will be able to do the same here today. So how are you feeling about the series?
Definitely going to be an interesting one, kind of also seeing how these teams want to fight. We got kind of two different styles in that last series where I mean the teams are scrapping, but you saw it in the second game especially, like kind of those kill heavy games. I'm curious if we're going to see those there, or are we going to see draft compositions that more just want to sit back, relax, and scale? And it's always very interesting to see how these players want to manage that, because I feel like when you play those kind of like kill heavy compositions that like to get engaged early, it can definitely throw a team off and put them on the back foot. But at the same time, if it goes awry for you, then suddenly your team's on the back foot.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think, well, I can give a little bit of context here on both of the teams that we're about to see before we get into game. This one is a replay, so there won't be any kind of betting in the Twitch chat for anybody who might have been excited for that. Sorry about that one, but we don't want some insider trading going on or anything, you know. Obviously, the result itself we'll keep close knit for those who wanna watch and see how things play out. But for the two teams we have here, Pagans are a completely new team for us. No players in their roster have ever taken part in a MiniLCS before. Meanwhile, Mystery Int are one of two teams that are essentially a fracturing of a team that played in the Summer Invitational 2025. So for those who were here in Summer of 25, you'll remember Coin Flip Connoisseurs. So their team was 3 Grandmaster players, a low Master player, and a low Diamond player, who were essentially miles ahead of the competition. And the only reason they didn't win is because they intentionally hamstrung themselves by making it so that everybody in their team, barring the low Diamond player, played Iron Man. So they could only play one champion at like one game. One champ had to be different every time. They couldn't play that champion again for the rest of the tournament. And so they did end up as a third place finish. Yeah, they ended up 3rd place, but you know, if they hadn't hamstrung themselves, I think they'd have walked away with the whole event and done so handily. Now that we have new balance in store, like, you know, no balances in check here to make sure that teams like Coin Flip Connoisseurs can't return, they have split into 2 separate entities. So we now have Coin Flip Amateurs, who has the top laner from Coin Flip Connoisseurs and the mid laner. And then we have here, which is Mystery Int, who has taken the AD carry from that role. He's moved back up to mid, which is his primary role, and has brought a bunch of new players with him. So all new entries for the MiniLCS for us to see how they do in this Sweatlord bracket. So a lot of new players. 9 out of 10 players in this series are complete fresh faces to us. So it will be interesting to see how they play. But I'm going to have an intentional eye on Teddy there in the mid lane, or Joao May, I believe it's pronounced. Because he is now in his main role. You know, he unfortunately missed out on top 3 for the All-Pro in AD carry last split. But, you know, now in mid, gonna see whether or not he can put his money where his mouth is. But I think we might be getting into a draft soon. Is that the case, Aaron? Maybe not. Yeah, draft.
We'll get into draft here in a second.
Let's see how it goes.
It's going to be interesting. You mentioned 9 players looking to really make a name for themselves here, and the draft is already done actually, and we have the return of Diana, and that'll be an interesting one, along with an Ambessa, what should be going top, and going to be interesting to see. We talked about it in the last series with Beto that these bruiser top laners have been greatly benefited by the level 20 role quest, and so Ambessa, Aatrox, those kind of champions especially being the benefactors. But when you look at this draft, who do you favor here?
I think, it's kind of hard to say. I think the Pagans have a better 2v2 in the top side of the map, right? I think especially in the early game, like when we hit maybe up to like probably like first item power spikes, right? I think the Xin Zhao can probably out-trade Diana in the early game. I think Ambessa should have a free lane against Ornn. You don't really pick Ornn as a champion to you know, like win lane hard. Although I will say, as far as tanks go, he is one of the few people I think can abuse that ignite for a tank, you know, harder than others. He has an impressive amount of kill threat with ignite. You know, when you have the brittle proc, I think we saw it, I believe, yesterday in the series that Tuba and Slimzy cast. It was a hard stuck series, but yeah, the Ornn can be a surprisingly high damage option for a tank, but you pick him mainly for the ability to be a frontline, just to be kind of a brick shithouse essentially, and have that really long engage with the Call of the Forge God. But I think as we move maybe to the later stages of the game, I actually favor Mystery In, because I think they have more damage and I think they have more consistent ways to deal it. As we get towards 25, 30, and maybe even 40 minutes, I think that Yunara is basically the sole primary damage source on Pagans. Lissandra is there to enable them to kill someone. You know, you can lock down Jinx and lock down Yone. But Ambessa and Xin Zhao, I don't think they'll have the damage to really be able to get onto and actually secure the kills against someone like a Diana, someone like a Yone, right? Especially with Milio in the back, the heals, the range extension he gives with his W, it's going to be really problematic if we get to those kind of later game 5v5s and Pagans don't already have a resounding lead. If they're not already massively ahead, I think that it'll be very hard for them to get good engages off and actually kill the key targets on Mystery Inn.
I gotta agree with you there. Now, I think the Ambessa, if he can get a public execution onto the Jinx, onto the Yone at the right time, I think it'll be really good. The problem is you're going through a Diana and an Ornn. You have the Milio heals in the back. I think Pagan do have that kind of priority in the early game, but especially in the team fight, I think Int will be better as long as you pilot this Jinx properly. I've seen so many times where you put a Jinx carry team comp together and then the Jinx doesn't pilot properly and you lose. I watched a team's championship hopes get dashed in a league because in game 5 they picked a Jinx carry comp and the jungler for the other team just camped the Jinx all game and they had nothing for it. You got to pilot this properly. I am looking at DDD to be the main man for this roster. Now, like you said, there's a lot of other ways to get damage with the Yone, with the Diana, looking at Cardinal and Mei to have a good performance here. But you got to keep the Jinx safe. And for the side of Pagan, like you said, I think you got to get out to an early lead. I think Xin Zhao's damage can really fall off in the late game, but if you use the Crescent Guard properly, you can isolate some targets. And if I am any of these carries for Mystery Int, if I am this Yone when I'm going in, the last thing I want is to be isolated in front of a Yunara and Ambessa. That's scary. But that comes down to piloting the champion properly. And for this Lissandra, I think it's a bit of an awkward pick. I don't think it's necessarily terrible, especially because you could already see that the Yone was going mid. But I maybe would have preferred something a bit more high damaging, and so it's going to be interesting to see how these players pilot it. What do these junglers want to do? Who do you focus on? If there's one lane you had to keep your eye on as the premier lane, what lane would that be?
Oh, it's going to be bot lane, 100%. You have two hyper carries in Yunara and in Jinx, right? So whichever one of those two gets fed, I think is probably going to carry the game hard. But one thing I did want to talk before we move into game is I think that the kind of the identity of the Pagans draft is a little bit messed because they have Ambessa and they have Lissandra who both really want to go in. And then they have Janna and Xinjiao who really want to knock people away from the carries. So it's like there's a weird little push-pull thing going on in their draft that means that they're gonna have to execute it really well. If they can't execute it as, you know, like perfectly, then I think that they don't quite synergize in the way one would hope. I think in the way that Mystery Ian's draft does, right? I think nothing really contradicts on the Mystery Ian draft. They just want a straight 5v5 in a lane, just, you know, push, keep the Jinx back, and then she can just shred. And they have Yone to go in for it, they have Ornn to go in for it, they have Milio to keep Jinx safe, they have Diana to go in as well. Like, they have all of these options to throw at. The only thing I think that's not great is whether or not they can keep the Jinx. If Milio is out of the equation, can they keep Jinx safe? Because everybody else in the team's going forward, right? But we'll have to see as we hope to get into game pretty soon here.
Again, public execution. You gotta keep that in mind. If that Milio's gone and that public execution curves through, I've seen it before. I've seen a few curved public executions that turn a fight. If you can do that, it's going to be in the hands of Femboy to find the kill onto the Jinx. Oh my god, I hate streamer mode. Oh my god.
Wait, who has streamer mode on?
Jinx and
DDD
Diana.
has it for the so Jinx is DDD, which I just makes me think of King DDD from, I mean, I'm gonna annoy some people that like
the same
franchise.
here.
I'm just gonna say from Smash Bros. Because
oh my god,
King DDD is he
Come
not?
on.
Oh, it's not streamer mode, it's production. Oh, okay. Wait, but if it's production, then why half of the players got their name and half of them don't? Because if you look on the sides where people's name are, we can see Femboy X, son of unpronounceable thing.
Yeah, it's streamer mode. It's streamer mode.
Yeah.
You
cool.
guys can't hear our producer, but we can.
No.
So
the names over the champs is fine. So
I prefer the names over the champs personally. It helps me out. But if there is a lane I have to keep my eye on that's not the bot lane, I'm looking at this mid lane. Because what I am looking at is can do well on this Lissandra and keep Zame down on the Yone. Because if the Yone gets fed and this suddenly turns into a 2-carry comp between the Yone and the Jinx, this game's over. If Bisq can keep them down, maybe get an advantage and go ahead, then suddenly you're keeping them to a 1-carry comp and it looks a bit better for you.
I definitely agree that if my eyes are anywhere else, it's probably mid lane. I think the top lane should be boring. I think that Femboy X should probably just, you know, handily win it. But we'll have to see. And I also think that the jungle mid pairing, so we have actually, do you know what I'm gonna do? Because their names, like half of their names are mad unpronounceable. Give me a second. I actually had a thing from Pagans. They like requested, they can't change their names, but they wanted to be known as their, like, they have other names, right? Because I think they're primarily from EUNE. So
I've got
go forward,
really bad news
just so we have it. Oh hell no.
Yeah. I cast what I see on screen, so
yeah, fair. I'm gonna try my best to keep on top of it, but luckily the bot lane are accurate. So Kasan and Soa, or it should be pronounced Sova, like the Valorant character. There you go. But then the mid lane will be Bishop, and then jungler is Bunio, and top laner is Sumitase. So I'm gonna try and keep those ones in my head there. We'll see if we can make that one work.
Did you just say Femboy versus Sumitase?
No, yeah, something along those lines. Something like that. But anyway, less about naming conventions and more about the game.
Yeah, as we see, early bot lane priority, kind of what we'd expect is that with the power of Yunara, that bot lane priority should be going over to the side of Pagan early. And obviously in the top lane, Femboy going to be dominating here in this matchup. But in the mid lane, you can see Exame, however it's supposed to be pronounced, did have to back and teleport. So going to be interesting to see kind of how these players handle the laning phase.
No, for sure. I think that we could see both TP has been also both TPs in mid lane, right? We got the Lissandra and the Yone have the TP. So but in terms of runes, I think we can see that the Lissandra is definitely going to favor the shorter trades. She's taking Electrocute. Most of her damage is based on just hitting 2 or 3 of her abilities in an auto attack. So, you know, she doesn't really want to trade with Yone in long extended fights where there's multiple, you know, auto attacks going off. He gets multiple casts of his Q. That's not the kind of way she wants to play the game. She wants to throw Q into the wave, have it splash onto Yone. Maybe if he tries to go in on them, hit W to stop him from being able to get on top of them. Trigger Electrocute and keep walking away, right? And that is kind of how the lane has gone for the most part, which is probably why he had to burn that TP so early. And there we go, you see the exact play pattern there. Yone tries to throw himself in. Oh, let's not talk about that though. Let's talk about this. Public execution gonna come out. First blood there for Femboy. Big play there, just public execution right through the middle of the Call of the Forge God, and is the difference maker there. But meanwhile, Xiao Mei is gonna predict the E there, and now with Diana here, they are gonna probably get the kill. Never mind. And they're gonna get the dragon here as well. That's kind of crazy. Really big here for Pagans. Although the scoreline hasn't actually updated to reflect what just happened, but we did have 2 kills here quickly over 2 Pagans. And I believe the gold should probably be about 600 in their favor, even though it does say that they're 200 down right now. That is a league broadcast production moment right there. Who knows?
NA production, man. Come on. You know how it is.
That's a blue ball issue. That ain't a mini LCS issue. I don't know what's going on there. Aaron, you gotta fill us in. What's going on?
The thing is, I was actually going to say for the pre-draft, the one pick I was concerned about was the Diana. And you can see here, called the Forge guy coming in, but the perfect buffer from the public execution and just keeps him away from it. And then here, it looked really good. I mean, it looked like this should be a kill onto the Lissandra. And then the ultimate comes out, and Diana's getting hit by the Drake, and just not much you can do.
Yeah, and it's also very fortunate placement there by Pagans to just roll up and essentially hijack that Drake, right? It turned from what looked like Diana being able to maybe sneak in and get a kill, and then the ultimate by Lissandra. Is it Glacial Prison or is Glacial Prison Sejuani's ult? Is it Frozen
Glacial
Tomb?
Prison is Sejuani. Frozen Tomb is
Frozen Tomb, I think is Lissandra.
Yeah.
It's very similar names for completely different abilities, but either way, gonna see said Frozen Tomb come out straight into a public execution, and this should be a kill here. Xiao Mei probably gonna go down as Bishop gonna pick up, I believe, his 2nd kill. But we will never know because the because the overlay does not want us to know. We're I believe it's 3 kills to nothing here. Oh, okay, 1 kill showed up. 1 kill here. 1 kill on the top laner. Is this thing is it just like several minutes behind maybe? Who knows? Let's not bring attention to it. Let's not bring attention.
Guys, everybody spam NA production in the chat. We were doing so good. We had EU production until now. As you see in the bot lane, it is now starting to go the way of the Jinx. You can see the CS, not much of a gold difference, but and definitely wanting to keep an eye on those CS numbers. But It's rough right now. Call of the Portugal is going to come in, no public execution, and now maybe Femboy going to be caught on the wrong side of history, and he should go down. No, he just barely dances his way away with some fleet footwork, and that is how you do it on the Ambessa, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that is the power of Ambessa. Every single ability of hers gives her some way to dash because of her passive, and it is pretty ridiculous. It makes her very slippery in these kind of like small trade, small skirmish environments. Although, with all that said, we're gonna just see a flash in straight up 1v1 here by the Ornn. And what can you do there? Honestly, that's a clean little 1v1 there for
go back in.
the Ornn. Oh, okay,
yeah,
this is a replay here of
the
nice
frozen tomb into the public execution. Yeah, and he tried to use the fate shield to buffer it and get him out, but someone stepped in front just in time. You can see here just getting a little too over aggressive. I mean, you should have cut your losses and backed up, but Femboy wanted a little bit more, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm assuming that would have been a pausing game at this point, because there's a well-known issue with replay files. Is if there's ever a pause in the game, it will just randomly stutter in the replay file. So while we wait to see whether or not Aaron can fix this with his production overlord technology mastery, we'll see. Let's have a little talk about how we feel like the game is going. We have, I believe it's 4 kills for Pagans and 1 kill over onto the side of Mystery, and there we go. Words were hard, but hey. Stop coercing the people. Stop coercing the people to write any production.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. Guys, this is totally not motivated by me being an American, okay? This is totally motivated by me being an American. An American in an EU league. It's really funny. I cast for 3 League of Legends leagues. All of them are European. I can't find an American one, but that's no disrespect. I love the EU guys. Y'all are awesome to work with. But as we get back into this one, they're gonna have to work with being down here, as the game hasn't really been going the way Mystery Int have wanted, and we talked about that Pagan will have that early advantage, so maybe it's not as surprising to us, but they got to be careful and not overstep.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that the mid jungle right now has been quite strong for the side of Pagans. We can see 2 kills on Bishop right now, so he's having a very good start to this game, but there is a bit of a lead building in the bot lane here for DDD. About 500 gold over Kasan, so that is going to be instrumental, I think, if we move towards the next Drake fight. So, you know, we've got Drake in probably about 3 minutes roughly. Jinx will hit her first item first. Whether or not Kasan can match it is going to be a big question for that second Drake. But yeah, like you said, Lissandra is moving here towards top, looking to hopefully positively impact Sumatase's lane here. Gonna see the Frozen Prison's gonna come out, and there's a 3-man dive here onto the Ornn. Ornn nearly lived. Unfortunately not gonna get out there. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we see a return here for DDD, gonna get a double kill. They know no other members of Pagans are nearby, and they have the lead, so why not press it? And now it's just going to be a trade of plates here for both teams. And that's going to be, I don't know, I think equal up the kill board now. All right, we go up to like 4-3. Although as we can see, it's still not quite updated. But yeah, Jinx is a major issue in this game. There will be about 1,000 gold up right now on the Yunara. And Jinx is one of those champions, you know, if she gets ahead, if she can be safe in a fight, she can hard carry games. very easy champion to 1v9 with if you can avoid threats, or if your team are there to defend you from threats, right? If she gets the opportunity to just free hit on people, especially squishies, especially a Janna, a Yunara, or a Lissandra, none of them are particularly well suited to dealing with the amount of damage a fed Jinx can bring. Yeah, let's see this replay here. Very cleanly executed, good tower juggling by Pagans. Fix themselves up a easy kill there. But then in the bot lane, oh, okay, so it was actually Pagans who tried it on both sides of the map. A little bit of hubris here, I think. They really shouldn't be doing that. They know that their team aren't there. And I mean, I saw the angle, and if there was one more turret shot onto DDD, it would have been a different story. But why risk it when you know that the money in your team isn't actually on that side of the map? Like, you really shouldn't be trying to be aggressive if Bishop isn't there.
I think it was because Scooby was on the Drake with the Diana, and they're gonna go for the dive in the top lane again, and that's just a dead Ornn if I've ever seen one. As now the Fate Sealed almost connecting. He's gonna look to still keep going, and he finally snaps back to reality. Trying to keep the Diana off of him, but it's not enough, and kills are going back and forth across the map, and the first tower is now going to be really close to falling here in the spot side.
Yeah, this is... I mean, they've completely split the map here, right? We can see that Mystery have decided wherever, as long as Jinx is ahead, we probably win. Meanwhile, the other side, they're like, let's shut down this Ornn and make sure the enemy team have no front line. So I get where they're both coming from, because if Ornn cannot protect Jinx and Milio cannot protect Jinx, then in theory, when they move to the 5v5s, it should be easy for them to shut her down, right? We've seen just how impactful Frozen Tomb can be. And when she lands that on Jinx, if she lands that on Jinx, it should just be a free team fight win, right? But, again, we're talking a lot here about theoretical. We're going to have to see the execution. I would really like to see some focus here in the bot side by Pagans. And we see Kassan here pops his ult, trying to take a fight, but this is a 3v2. This is really unnecessary. And now the team fight is going to completely change over. He does get out. Okay, we see. Oh, never mind. Okay, nope. Super Mega Death Rocket. Just gonna pick himself up. I believe that's gonna be the third kill here for DDD on the Jinx. And what needs to be noticed here as well is there's gonna be a large XP difference in the bot lane too. So many times this Yunara is being forced out of lane, being forced away. The Diana's there trying to keep them in between their two turrets, and outside of XP range, but also notably outside of role quest range as well. So the new role quests for top and bot lane, I believe, have like a threshold. There's a particular part of the lane in which you gain XP for your role quest passively, and if you're not in that part of the lane, you just don't get it. And so it's going to be quite hard here for Kassan to get back into this game. We see they've got the Kraken's Fury, I believe it's called, right? Kraken's Fury? Kraken Slayer? Kraken Slayer. Ignore me. They've got the Kraken Slayer here first. Yeah, first item. Against Yuntal, which I think Yuntal is probably a better first buy here for the Jinx. Especially with lethal tempo, it's gonna mean her damage once it's fully stacked is gonna be pretty hard to deal with. But
don't sleep on Kraken Slayer though. It can do surprising amounts of damage.
No, for sure,
but
for sure. Kraken Slayer is not a bad item by any means.
Yeah, the next Drake is up. Something to keep an eye on. The pings are coming out. Now, look at the teleport timers. And Exame is about to get his back. And so these two in the top side can definitely come down if they decide to. But look over in the mid lane. The fight's almost a brewing, but in this top lane, they're going at it. But that mid lane is ready to explode at a moment's notice should anyone decide they want to go in. And you have to be careful because Kwaisan is down to such low HP. And with them backing off from the side of Pagan, this should be the Drake going over to Mystery Int.
Yeah, I think this isn't going to be contested here. We can see Bunio here, the jungler, is going to just continue hiking his camps. Bishop is going to stay down in the bot lane. Going to just try and catch what farm they can. Unfortunately here, Kasan looks like he might be caught out. Going to eat a zap, and he could just get run down here. I think he is almost certainly dead. Luckily, he sidesteps the Super Mega Death Rocket there and is going to get away with his life, but very, very close to death there on that one. And I think I've realized, sorry to distract, but I needed to let Aaron know in some way, so I'm just going to make it public knowledge. The thing, the overlay, seems to be about 2 minutes behind live play. So I think that's what the issue is. I don't know why it's being caused. It might be like a replay issue, but oh, Flash gonna be burned by DDD there, trying to keep himself safe. As soon as you see Bishop on that Lissandra, within the same screen as you, within dash range of you, you have to play it safe. And now they have a 5-minute window to potentially punish this Jinx. We'll have to see if they can actually do it though.
Yeah, and a little bit of scrapping for the control ward, but you can see the lane assignment starting to change up a little bit as Bisk using the ult won't be able to find as many kills onto is a joke. I do not know how to say these names. I'm too American for these names, but a little bit of less action should happen in this bot side, but you can see, looking back at the middle, everyone's positioning around them. They know what their target is. The question is, when do they want to hit the go button? And then they might not be aware that the Diana is here and is going to walk away.
I mean, the thing is
the players,
Mystery Int know that someone's there because they've seen, like, look how aggressively positioned Zinjao was, right? All 5 of them are here though, so this is a very interesting play here. We're going to see Diana. We might actually just have a full-on 5v5. 2 TPs are coming in.
Yeah, now they're going to go straight in onto the orb, but the Crescent Guard's going to be popped, and the Call of the Forge God going to be massive on it too. And now look at the Yone chase down. He snaps back to reality just in time to catch a public execution, and suddenly everyone's dropping. Jinx is excited, and he's going to pick up a bunch of kills alongside him. And the only one to get out of this is going to be Femboy. And my God, does he have a horror story to tell? What looked like a perfect dive opportunity has gone awry, and it may be what spells defeat for them as this game goes on.
I liked the idea of the dive, but they took so long to set it up that Mystery Int kind of knew. Like, Mystery Int had their number, right? You could see from the positioning of DDD and Scooby-Dooby-Doo that they knew that something was here. Like, I think Bunio was sitting on a ward for about 30 seconds while they prepped that play. And so while they were doing that, because they had so many people in and around that area all leeching the same one wave, they're not getting XP top, they're not getting XP bot. Meanwhile, we have Xiao Mei and we have Sioska in the top and bot lane, catching waves, waiting with their TP, waiting to be able to do something when the time calls. You know, all they need to do is react. They both have TP, so they can just show up when needed, right? And because of that indecisiveness from Pagans, because they sat there for so long, kind of like, oh, we need the perfect opportunity. We need to wait for the wave to crash. We need to really, like, you know, put them in a catch-22. It ended up being more of a, we're not trapped here with you, you're trapped here with us kind of situation. And now 2.5k in the lead for the Jinx, and we know that's 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes early. It means it's probably more like a 3k gold lead now. The Jinx is massive in this game. Yeah, so we see that the dive, they play around the dive perfectly, and then Frozen Tomb comes out onto Ornn, which is the worst possible target to really drop it on because you don't have the damage to kill him right now. You know, Kassan is not strong enough to do it, and with the rest of the team there and the primary form of really shutting down DDD being done, well, all right, it's cleanup crew now. What can you do? You know, it's just, you just run away, try to get away with your life. And we see here, yeah, Sumitase is going to be able to get a consolation prize in that top tier turret, but really the cost is just way too high. It was a worst trade deal there for them, I think.
I'd also like to point out Call of the Forge God and the Yone ultimate and Fate Sealed both landed onto Sun and Femboy or not Femboy and Sun, but Sun and someone else. It landed onto him at the exact same time. And speaking of,
does he actually
Fate Sealed, his fate is unsealed by that ultimate. But it was a great team fight from the side of Mystery, and we said those team fights will be strong for them. And look at the damage from the Jinx. He is starting to come online, and this is going to be scary for Pagan.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the item lead itself is already pretty big for the Jinx, right? So they have the forgive me, I don't know the name of the item, but it's a new item that gives your attacks more damage based on how far away you are from the target. So on a champion like Jinx or on a champion like Caitlyn, the value is quite large because of the fact that you have such big range, right? You kind of just get to stay at max range with that rocket. Well, I think our range is about 650 or something like that, something like 650 to 700 with rockets. And the extra damage she gets from that range is really obnoxious. Not to mention any stray super mega death rockets that might come out, or like a max range zap also gets extra bonus damage because of this new item. So yeah, she hits like a truck, especially considering Kassan hasn't even got the second item yet. We're on a pickaxe and a longsword right now for this Yanara, so the difference here in the damage that they're going to be dishing is massive. Meanwhile, if we look at some of the other first item completions for the other teams, we can see that Ornn has prioritized just getting himself some regen here. He's gone for the Unending Despair. It's a little bit of armor, it's a little bit of health, but the main reason you get it is for the AoE heal. So in fights, in these extended trades where, like we mentioned, Yanara is the primary damage source here for Pagans, he's going to be able to heal out through quite a lot of the trading, especially considering she's behind. And on the rest of it, we see Dusk and Dawn finish out here for Diana. Dusk and Dawn, I believe you guys mentioned it in the previous series with the Gwen, but it's a very strong item. Most people who can build Sheen are now first item rushing Dusk and Dawn, unless they need a Triforce like an Ezreal, for example. But it is a very strong, very warping kind of item here. And then Blade of the Ruin King for the Yo, I believe is standard. Yeah, they will at some point, I'm sure. But you know, we're only like what, a week and a half into the first patch, so I don't know when it's getting nerfed, but it will get nerfed at some point for sure.
They're gonna let him have some fun with it for a little bit, but the Blade of the Ruin King and the attack speed boots are very standard for the Yone. And now you see the Diana looking for a little bit of an angle, not gonna find it, but you got to be careful with that objective on the map, as if you take one overstep, then it's going to be really bad. We already know that Mystery Int can win these team fights with, I would say last time was relative ease, and so you got to be careful. And I got to be careful about trusting the overlay, because I just looked and said, how is there 5 guys dead? But that finally caught up from that massive team fight, by the way.
Yeah. It is 2 minutes behind, and that was 2 minutes ago, so the Drake should be coming up in about 30 seconds approximately.
Yeah, so you can see some positioning around the Baron, trying to be careful of it. You don't want to hand it over in a little bit of a sneak, but for the side of Pagan, they are down so much gold. I mean, DayZero, what is their key to getting back into this game?
I think that the way they get into this game is by sending 4 members to one side of the map, hopefully where either a Yone or a Jinx is on their own, because I think at this point, they were already doing it earlier in the game when they found themselves a little bit behind, and they were like, all right, let's just send everybody to the Ornn. I don't think there's any value anymore in killing the Ornn. They really need to side lane and find either Yone or Jinx on their own. But the thing is in Sweatlord bracket, these are the kind of the upper echelons, right? You're probably not gonna find Jinx on her own. She's gonna have Emilio like tied to her You can see even doing the buff right now, the Milio is still like just standing there essentially on guard duty, so they're never going to catch her unawares. They do catch Yosuke here unaware, but he is going to get away with, I believe, a flash and a dash. There is a flash E. Oh, okay, they did actually catch her, but we see immediately all of the anti-CC measures come out. And now the fight looks like it's probably going to be favored here for Mystery. And we see Femboy does actually kill the Jinx eventually, but I think the rest of the fight looks quite Mystery and favored here. Hassan did get quite a bit of damage out there, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. And now Janna's the only one left standing. There is a Baron to threaten here, and I don't think you really want to be there to try and fight that there, Sova. See, the flash is gonna come out, gonna keep himself alive, but should be a free Baron here for the side of Mystery. And so talk me through that fight a little bit, how things went.
I think we just saw the game there, honestly, with the gold lead and all the objectives to get off of it. But you can see the Frozen Tomb onto the Jinx just wasn't enough, as the Fate sealed perfectly, finding Bisque and Diana in the middle of them all. And look at it, no one can go and help Femboy as he went in too deep. But now they're just trying to get out, and they just don't have enough measures. Kason, not enough. And the Janna, the only one to live to tell the tale, as this should be Soul Point going over.
Yeah, no, I think they can't really contest that one. That's going to be Drake straight over to the side of Mystery, and they do still have this Baron on 4 members. Awkwardly, the only person who doesn't have it is their hyper carry in the Jinx, because she died in that fight. But yeah, I think that the real thing I want to harp on from that previous fight is the conditions for Pagans were perfect. So I was literally 30 seconds outside of saying, oh, they really need to land a Frozen Tomb on the Jinx. But the problem is that, yeah, cool, you land that Frozen Tomb, and then immediately the Milio ults. Immediately your CC is immune. Like you don't really get to do anything to him. And let's talk about this fight first, though.
Yeah, it's now Leona gonna use the Fate Sealed on the backside. That's straight onto the carry, and Kason gonna have to back down. Everyone else was barely able to back down, but some members did drop, and you can see the base is gonna start to be caved in. They want to get some poke onto this joke here, but it's the Ornn. You're not gonna do enough damage, and you can see that the bot lane is starting to collapse. The question is, do they want to take the inhibitor and risk that extra gold going over, as they do still have the Baron buff? Kason trying to keep them off, and now you see DDD wants Kason. He's gonna look to go all out onto him, and he will with the max range zap, and that may be the end as everything is starting to cave in. The Chompers come down to keep him back, and Bisque can only watch him beg, please leave our fountain alone. Ornn gonna be called, but there goes the Jinx. Ornn lands onto multiple of them, and members are starting to be blown up, as now the Xinjiao gonna be in the middle trying to get away, and on the backside Femboy fighting for his life, trying to dash, trying to stall, but it's not going to be enough. He will
he's alive, though.
Actually walk out, but your fountain is not alive, and Mystery Ints will take game 1.
That is, I mean, I guess Femboy got to save that KDA a little bit there, but yeah, we see they tried something there, but it's just not enough. And as we move 1-0 here for Mystery, and I think we need to look at why exactly that happened. If you're Pagans, like I said, some of those late game team fights, they actually had perfect conditions, but the problem is that Jinx was massive and Kasan on the Yunara just wasn't. I want to harken back. I don't know whether or not you can bring up the replay again, Aaron, but after Jinx is dead and after the Ambessa is dead, there is a period of about 2 seconds where Yunara is like trying to wail on Diana, and the damage just isn't there. Diana doesn't even have tank items, but she dies slower than, for example, when Jinx was hitting the Xinjiao. The Xinjiao was getting exploded in like a couple seconds, just like 2 autos with the max range rockets. And I think that is exactly why You know, they just in the laning phase, DDD was just way stronger than Kasan. They set him up to succeed a lot better, and now, you know, as the game progressed, you know, the Jinx was just a menace, and the team were able to kind of get away with murder at times as well. Some of those plays by Yone where he was able to escape with his ult and like 10 HP were really fortunate for them. And yeah, we can see kind of the story of this game. By the end of it, it was a 16k gold lead. 4 Drakes to 1, 9 turrets to 2. Obviously, they didn't have time for the Elder Drake, but we did get 1 Baron in there as well. And I think, yeah, just once the ball was rolling for the side of Mysterian, they just never kind of looked feasible for Pagans.
Yeah, the other problem there was the fact that the Pagans were committing too many resources to take out the Jinx. Think of that one team fight we talked about in the mid lane where they committed, I think it was 2 to 3 ultimates just to try to get her, and even that wasn't enough. And when you're committing so much just to kill one member, you're not going to have enough for the rest of them, whether they're a one carry team comp or not. And you saw with the Yone ult, the Fate Seals were just amazing throughout the game. Right here, you committed so much to go get that Jinx. And then what else did you have left? You just had a bunch of people walking around, and that's where it's like, hey, you got the Jinx, but at what cost? And so I gotta see a much better draft in game 2 if they're going to look to bring this one back.
Yeah, no, for sure. Although speaking of game 2, I think we should cut to a break real quick. Everybody go get yourselves another drink, which is what I'm gonna do with my little 3-minute break here. And we should be back swiftly with game 2 draft in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to MiniLCS. Hey, what? Sorry, what a game that was, game one. I mean, it went exactly how we said it would. Hey, Pagan are going to dominate early, and then Mystery Int are going to take over. Maybe we didn't expect it to be in as dominant of a fashion as it was, but that was more dominance. I mean, once you got to the team fights, it was just Mystery Int all the way. And going into that, I mean, again, maybe that we kind of expected it, but for this game too, what do we need to see Pagan do differently? Do we maybe need to see like a better draft, better maneuvering? I think we have at least one replay to show, but as we look at that, just what do they need to do, Day Zero?
So yeah, I think that the main takeaway from that series, or that game I should say, is that DDD is definitely a stronger carry than Kassan is. So what I would like to see them hopefully do in the next series is focus more on Bishop and more on their top side. Because yeah, in that first game there, I think that the Yanara was not really it. They had a very hard time doing anything meaningful. Meanwhile, the Jinx was everything in that game. She was so strong. I believe we do have a replay of one of the clean rockets that they sent out, which was, you know, it wasn't the first one, but it was definitely, you know, a large amount of what we saw throughout that game. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna see this. Oh, I remember this play here. So this is where they think they have a 2v1 onto Diana, and it turns into a 3v2. Yeah, Zap gonna land there full range. Barrier comes out, and then they just get the turn here onto Janna, and Yunara is like stuck in the pit, can't do anything for a second, and then the rocket does come out. Luckily there for Janna, isn't a double kill, because it could have been, for sure it could have been. But I feel like that play there kind of encapsulates how I feel about the entire game, which is the Jinx was
it looked
major
good, and then
issue.
it turned worse.
Yeah, I think we saw the top side of the map really go actually in the favor of Pagans, right? Like, I think that Bishop did a fairly good job into Teddy. I think that their jungler did okay. Obviously, they both kind of split the map, right? So Diana was on the other side. They weren't really interacting with what was happening top, and we saw some very clean execution dives in the top lane. 2 and 3 mans, just cleanly killing Ornn on rotation. But yeah, I think as the game progressed, we could see here the difference in the scores. Goodman there on that Diana was able to get way more kill participation, just purely based on the fact that they got more kills bought because Jinx was just so ahead. It was very difficult for them to do anything, and yeah.
I'd also like to point out with the Ornn dives at the top, I don't hate dives, but when you're sending 4 guys like they were, I think it's ill-advised. They sent 3 sometimes, but the problem is when they sent those guys, it gave so much time because you're diving in Ornn and you got to walk up there, walk back down. Gave so much time for the jungler and mid laner of Mystery Int to just farm up. We saw that DDD was able to take advantage in the bot lane of the fact that no one else was around. And so, yes, the dives looked good, and it looks like, yeah, we're getting the kills, we're doing good, but I'd almost say it was hurting them more because of the fact that you saw how good the Yone did, because no one was trying to put the Yone behind. We can see the dive here. It's a great dive. No one's saying it's a bad dive or anything like that, but look at the mid lane. They are breaking down the tier 2 tower, or the tier 1 tower as that happened. Now we're gonna look again. Look at the bot side. Diana is there, chasing them off. Yes, they get the kill, they get the ults out of them, and obviously then Yone shows up, but look at the bottom there, and the Mega Death Rocket goes wayward, but that's when the Diana picked up a kill onto the Janna. Every single time they went for the dive, between the jungler and the mid laner for Mystery Int, they did some huge thing to take advantage of it and basically make it even. Whether it was taking tower plates, taking a kill, getting map priority. So I'd almost say the dives hurt them more than it helped them. And then obviously DDD was just such a huge issue and ran amok on them. But I said that in the mid lane, you needed to stop the Yone. They did it early, and then they stopped for some reason. And then you see this fight. Watch the Jinx. Free firing. Xin Zhao, half HP. He goes in. Ornn dashes out, and Xin Zhao is just too low. The Fate sealed with the Call of the Forge God, picking up a massive double kill. And look at the Mbessa's damage. By the time he gets active in the fight on the Yone, it's just not enough. And that's the kind of story. Everything looks good for Pagan, and then you just didn't do enough.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with the fact that there's a lot of things they ended up having to leave to force those dives top, and yeah, again, the execution of the dives was good, but yeah, what you lost, what you traded for it was maybe not worth it, you know. It was kind of the thing that cost you the game in the long term, right? Because while they got, I think so they executed 2 dives onto Ornn, and in one they got a kill on the Lissandra, and in one they got a kill on the Xin Zhao. Whereas almost every time they dived bot lane for Mystery Int, they were getting kills onto Jinx. And we saw just what that gold on Jinx did, right? There was a point at 20 to 22 minutes in the game where if anybody takes 2 kind of, you know, auto attacks from Jinx rockets at max range, they were like, ow, I need to base. And that's because of all the gold that got funneled onto her from all of those dives by Goodman. So, you know, as we move into Champ Select for game 2, I'm really excited to see how things change here, whether or not they change up the bans. We see some more focus on trying to actually prohibit that bot lane, because Scooby and DDD look really threatening. We'll have to see what changes here as we hopefully see some game 2 draft action here. Mystery Int have been forced onto the blue side here, so...
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. This will be interesting.
Is that... are we back to back? Are we back to back on seeing a B1 Gwen?
Yes.
Very interesting. I mean, she's definitely a very strong champion, don't get me wrong. Yeah, just a little interesting tidbit there. But both of our Sweatlord series here, just confidence with the B1 Gwen.
I'd like to point this out though. The wave clear on Mystery Int, even if we get to late game and Pagan are trying to break the base, you are never breaking the base. The Scion Q, the Ziggs is just a menace, the Sivir. You are going to find it so hard to get into this base if you even get there. I think the Silas Jungle is an interesting pick, but this could go right and this can go wrong, and I'm curious how you're going to build this Jace, as sometimes I will always prefer a comp with a dedicated hard tank like a Scion, like an Ornn, something to be your dedicated front line. And the Thresh always scares me because he is feast or famine. He can be great or horrible. The other thing about Thresh is, unlike other hook champions, when you hook someone, you have to remember that that hook is also putting your life in jeopardy. When you hook someone with a Nautilus hook, it's not as bad, but Thresh, it stops you from moving and slowly pulls you towards them. I've watched pro players, shout out to Labrov because I'm a G2 fan, and for some reason Labrov keeps picking Thresh, and he's had so many bad hooks where he'll hook someone and it just pulls him into the entire enemy team. So Thresh is scary for me. If he feels the confidence to play Thresh, okay, that's one thing, but you have to back this up if you are Sova here and prove that you are actually good on this champion. And the other thing, Bisk, he played really well last game. But now you are on a champion that you must succeed, or this is complete failure for your entire team. And we expect maybe a poke Varus here, but I don't like Varus as an ADC much. I think that his damage is great in the early game, and then he falls off.
I was gonna say I disagree that it's poke Varus. I think it has to be on hit. If they don't pick on hit Varus here, I think they really struggle to kill Sion until like 30 minutes in game.
Sorry,
Azir will be able to kill.
Order. I meant on hit.
no, no, it's all good, it's all good. But yeah, no, Azir will be able to kill Sion once he has like 3+ items. But if you go lethality Varus here, I don't think it's great. And honestly, Varus into Sivir is not a great matchup in general. If you go on hit, Sivir just out damages her. Like, you know, when they go like item for item, Sivir is going to do more than the Varus if he's going on hit. And if he goes lethality, she has spell shield to block most of his best damaging moves. So it's going to be a difficult one there for Kasan again. They have kind of drafted themselves into a hole. What I would say, I see how they've picked the R5 for the support here in hopes that getting Sova a favorable support matchup will allow them to dictate the bot lane a little bit more. But I'm still not super convinced here. I do like the fact that they've brought in the Azir, the kind of hyper carry here for Bishop. We're gonna have to see if he can actually pull it out properly. There's gonna be a lot less roaming from him in this game, a lot less of the 2v2 kind of like skirmish alongside Bunio, and more of the kind of focus on his 1v1. So we'll have to see if against the Ziggs or Xiaomei they'll be able to actually punish. But yeah, I think we're ready to go into game. So if you're ready, Shadow Dweller, let's get into it. Let's see how this game fares. Will it be a 2-0 or will it be a game 3 special? Let's have to see. Let's have a look at some, what are we looking at, like level 1 shenanigans maybe. Quick 4-man movement here into the bush for Pagans. They're gonna go and get some early vision. Gonna see Bishop is gonna drop a ward in there just so they know exactly where the Gwen is starting. Goodman probably gonna start top to bot, but so will Silas, so they're gonna mirror themselves here. And I mean, it makes sense, right? We saw how bot favored the game was game 1. And also, generally speaking, just as a jungler myself, it's 9 times out of 10 is best to just go bot because there's more people to kill. So if you get a successful play, you probably get to kill 2 people as opposed to 1 person. And also your AD carry, if they can get gold, will more likely carry the game for you than a top laner. Even if that is not so much the case this season with the level 20 top laners we have. But, you know, we see Sova eats a ton of damage there in that little exchange they had. He lands the hook and starts the fight, but leaves out worse for wear. They're going to have to burn a level 1 heal there for the Thresh. So one of his cooldowns going to be, one of his big cooldowns in fact, going to be down here immediately. But let's have a quick look at what people are running for runes here and summoner spells. We can see that Goodman is taking the Ghost and is going Conqueror. So Conqueror makes a lot of sense. But the Ghost, no flash here. Obviously she has tons of dashes, right? So, and also the invulnerability from her W. So I think it makes a ton of sense. And then everything else looks fairly standard to me. We can see Conqueror coming out on the Silas, Lethal Tempo for Sivir, Arcane Comet for the extra poke for the Ziggs, and then Grasp and First Strike respectively in the top lane. Jace is an interesting one. I don't know how I feel about it. I think he has a hard time into the Sion, surely. Sion kind of gets to ignore him, and we can see this early trade looks like it's actually Sion favored. If he gets his W back up, Femboyak will have a very hard time, and one of them is going to have to TP back soon, I imagine. I don't think they could stay comfortably in that lane.
Early on, it's better for Sion, but once Jace gets level 6, it suddenly becomes a bit tougher as he starts to do more explosive damage to the Sion, and that's when he starts to actually respect him. But early on, Femboy should not be going into these trades with the Sion because it is pretty even, and you're seeing it here as they trade that it is even early on. And what'll be interesting is watching these junglers now. I am aware that hold on, is something you got to be aware of is that Xame is in trouble here. But now over in the bot side, junglers both going in for dives, and a turret shot will land, and they should be able to walk out of this for all parties involved, as this looks scary but isn't. But Gwen jungle is getting a buff, so we're already starting to see her here in the jungle. And Silas jungle, always an interesting one. It's always been strong, but maybe not strong enough. Does Xame have the means to get out of here in the mid lane, as he is being chased down? Yeah, when does the bot lane get there? Yes, he will be dead. It's first blood handed over, and now they're gonna back with a bit more gold in their pockets.
Yeah, I think a nice thing there for Bunio, gonna get himself that first blood, little 400 gold extra in his pocket. He did have to sacrifice a bit of his tempo to do that, so he's gonna be late back to his camps, and I'd be interested to see whether or not Goodman can actually punish that. We see the pings coming out, they know exactly where Goodman is, so probably not going to be able to punish much there, but either way, I think you know, as first items have come out, we can see blasting one there for the Gwen and the Hextech alternator for Silas, so a little bit more AP. 300, I mean, that is exactly about 300 gold's worth of difference for the Silas there, as well as the amp tome as well. So he's going to be hitting a little harder, but his ability to do extended trades versus the Gwen, I think she still wins if they find themselves in a kind of weary 1v1. But oh, okay, top lane trade here, maybe going in the way of Sumitase. He's going to be able to 1v1 and kill the Sion. Okay, I think if Sion committed to the chase there, they would have actually got that kill, but they decided, nah, let's just get the wave, and just going to make sure that his wave crashes here, and, you know, Sion things. You see he's gone for a coal and a double ruby crystal, so we are definitely playing the scale game here for Siosuke in the top lane.
Yeah,
either way,
and you can see it there. Like I mentioned, Jace will start to win these trades better than right now, but now is when it starts to get a little scarier, where Siosuke has to be and precarious. But now maybe a dive coming in. The junglers are also trading onto each other as the support's almost dead, and here's the Silas Sun looking to make an impact, but here goes the Gwen Needlehorde coming out, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will pick up a kill on the backside, and 3 members drop for the side of Pagan, and only one will fall for Mystery Ints, and that is an impact felt from the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a super nice bomb there from Teddy in the mid lane. Just, you know, barely even had to leave his lane to actually throw that out there. This is one of those things you really need to be worried about when you face a champion like a Ziggs, when you face a champion like a Gangplank, who has that kind of high impact ultimate with massive range, or like a TF, right? You know, you just kind of need to keep it on the back of your mind at all times, that even if they're not on your screen right now, if they're not on the screen, that means they can probably impact you, unless you know for sure that they went base. And even then, if it's a Gangplank, he can still impact your lane even if he is in base, but all he needs to do is press R. So, you know, it's a difficult one to handle when you're trying to think more about the isolated 1v1 or isolated 2v2 when we talk about the bot lane, right? You just need to be aware that, okay, yeah, cool, maybe I do win that trade, or maybe I do get that kill and I live with 200 health. But if I don't have a way to get out of the Ziggs bomb, then that 200 health is 0 health, and it's actually an even trade. I've just ended up feeding their mid laner a kill instead of my bot lane, and then now it's infinitely harder for Bishop to, okay, it's the big Shurima shuffle, and I don't know, one's a kind of a difficult one, but Silas gets to walk away with a slither of HP. 3-1-1 right now is Bunio in this jungle on this Silas. And one thing we haven't spoke about, how do you feel about the ultimates on offer here for Bunio on the Silas? I don't think it's too insane. I think you've got, what, Magnet Storm? and then everything else is not like super crazy.
First we'll take a look back at this. Over just above the action, the junglers were going at it, and that's how Silas ended up down here on low HP. And then you see Narelle just barely getting out, and you mentioned you wanted on-hit Varus. It's poke Varus, and then you see the Mega Inferno Bomb not getting away from that. And over in the mid lane, if we can get a replay of that as well, look how close Goodman was. He was barely caught in the middle of that ultimate, as you can see in the live time that there's some action going on that we have to get back to, and the action may be another dead body if Scooby can't get out of here, and the rain down of the arrows will seal your fate. And right now Pagan are looking a lot better here in this game, and they may be looking for a dive. Do they want to go for it? They're setting up the wave, and they will go for the dive. The Sivir ult is going to be stolen just to get them out of here from under the turret, and DDD, the only place you're heading is a grave.
Oh no, the whiff on the hook. Oh, I saw the predict, but like, I don't know, he just pressed S and then it was, you know, nothing. But I'm not gonna lie here, Bunio is maybe a little bit too deep. There are tons of camps up here for him to maybe steal, but his team do need to back off. They are all quite low HP right now, so it's gonna be a difficult one there for sure. And I think we see he's got Bishop there to back him up if anybody does try to mess with him on these on this camp steal. But no, Gwen is here, Teddy is here. They're gonna go for the smite. We see engage here onto Gwen, but they're targeting different people. They still do kill the Gwen, and now Teddy is gonna be the target. They've got two people here. Ooh, Silas is really low as Rel starts moving up. And looks like they're going to get away with one kill and calling it a day. Still a net positive here for Pagans, who have got themselves a 1.6k gold lead right now. Higher than I think they ever had in the last game. So they're definitely doing something right in this game. For sure, they look stronger. I like having the carry potential be more on Bishop, more on Bunio, less on Kassan. He is still, even though he has 2 kills, still down a couple hundred gold. 20 CS in fact as well, so it's just like on that fundamentals point, he's having a hard time in this game. Well, DDD is there, but we're gonna see the ultimate come out.
And he's just dead. I mean, and just a quick explosion burst into the ground, and Scooby will get out of it. But you mentioned earlier what ults are gonna steal with the Silas. I think that the Ziggs ult or the Magnus Storm are great options to steal, but I think Call of the Wild may also be a really strong one, just because it's going to make it so you can dodge things like the Decimating Smash, the Mega Inferno Bomb, maybe get away from the Crash Down Magnus Storm, or just chase him into the ground. And speaking of being chased into the ground, the hook lands, and what was Goodman doing? He tried to join the other team for a moment to do the Drake, and it was sold absolutely not. As you see, this Ziggs is starting to come online with the damage. That was half of Bisk's health bar, and so they're going to have to be careful. And something I'd like to point out is the warding. Look at the vision on this bottom side. Svenboy going in again, and this is what I was talking about. That Jace damage will just crush the Scion. It also helps that he has his full item. And a whiff on that one. And maybe yes, he will get it with the Arcane Comet.
No. That is crazy. One thing I wanted to bring attention to here is I think that Goodman is having a really hard time on this Gwen. You know, they confidently B1 picked it. So, you know, they're like, you would assume they had some confidence here on the pick. But 1 in 4 right now, finding himself about 1,000 gold down. And they get to punish the fact that he used the spell shield here to dodge the hook. And Kasana's going to get himself his 4th kill of the game. And that is the kind of play we want to see. He's now actually ahead. But unfortunately there for them, Sumatase is going to get punished on the top lane in response, and so we see as quickly as they get a kill in the 2v2 bot, there is a 2v1 in the top lane, and Jace is going to get shown the gray screen. So Yeah, good plates here for the Varus though. Gonna keep Varus ahead if they can. But this game is much more back and forth than the last one was, you know. We can see 2k gold lead here for Pagans. Good leads in 3 lanes for them as well. 700 gold in the jungle, 1.6k in the bot lane as well. Which I'd like to point out, not but like 5 minutes ago was I saying, you know, even with all the action bot, Kassan is still down 500 gold or whatever. Well, not anymore. He's going to be up an item near enough. It looks like his Muramana. He's sitting on all the components. So he's definitely ready for whatever the next fight does bring. They have 2.5 minutes until the next Drake as well. 1 minute and 10 until the Herald. But I imagine we'll see more play around that Drake because it is the second Drake of the game. And what is DDD doing? He just gifted them that kill. He just took like 2 turret shots for no clear reason. What?
Yeah, he got scared by Soa, and Soa flashing forward. Now the crash down Magnastorm looking to make a difference. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top is going to find a kill, but now everyone's going to be dropping, and the camera's gone away from the bot side, looking over at the top side. This is Joke is going to be the next to fall, and over in the bot side, the jungler also went down. And that is not how you wanted that to go. DDD got scared by Soa, tried to walk out through the top side of the turret, and it wasn't enough. And then the Shurima shuffle will pop him like a balloon. And everything is going right for Pagan here in game 2.
This is exactly what you want to see from these guys bouncing back from game 1, right? They have come back with a definite viciousness in their gameplay here. They look much stronger, much more decisive, much more concise, in my opinion, in their gameplay, right? They decide what they're gonna do and they just go for it. And you were mentioning the R5 Thresh. You were like, oh, I don't know, it's very feast or famine. I'm not super into it. He's got 8 assists right now. He has been a part of a majority of his team's kills. And some of these hooks, don't get me wrong, I've seen a couple whiffs, but like he's hit more than he's missed. And honestly, you miss every shot you don't take, right? And he has been taking shots in this game for sure and getting some very crucial kills here for Kassan, for Bishop, for Bunio. And as we set up for the next Drake here, we do have a Cloud Drake coming up. You can see the lane assignments have changed up a bit, but I don't know if I agree with this. They've sent Azir top without TP, so he is not going to be a part of this next fight. Meanwhile, Shosuke up there in the top lane, he has TP, he can join. There could be a 4v5 on this this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, and you can see they're gonna claim the Rift Herald in the top side before the Cloud Drake comes up, so there will not be a handshake of objectives. And you can see now it's a Joke trying to go in, but of course it's an Azir, so Bisk just out of there in a jiffy. And the bot tier 1 will fall, so that is some gold back, especially going onto the Ziggs. And right now, that's the member that I'd want the gold on, because that's the member that will do so much. But speaking of doing so much, the Silas has been big and doing a lot of damage as the Thresh going in, decimating Smash, trying to get him out of there. But over on the other side, it looks like they caught Femboy in the river and they just drowned him. And the tier 1 mid will fall, and you can see everything being put into the Scion. My god, guys, he's already dead. No need to shoot the body. And now Scooby's just gone in and everyone's going in for some reason. And for some reason, the mystery is decide that they want to all die together. And Pagan pick up 3 kills off of that.
I mean, I guess they're just playing their name, right? Mystery Int. Why they have inted is a mystery. But we will maybe never find out the logic. But they do get a consolation kill here onto Xiaomei here, so a good thing for him. Little bit of gold in his pocket. Big damage there from the ultimate. We see Gwen's gonna pop the ghost, and these guys are looking for some consolation kills. They are gonna be able to kill Sova here. He's gonna go down. And I think everybody else is going to be able to scarf her. You know, the Thresh sacrificed his life there. They're going to lose him. They're going to lose a couple camps and live to tell the tale for the most part, right? So 3.7k gold lead here for the side of Pagans as we round up towards that 20-minute mark. They do have the Drake lead. They didn't get the Grubs. They did get Herald, but all they got was one turret for it. So maybe not the most value in the world, but they have opened up the map. Meanwhile, Azir here looking for something, gonna see the shuffle come out, and they do kill this Sion. Gonna get that 10th kill here onto Kassan, who is hurting like a truck on this this poke build here. We see the value coming out of the Sivir ult being stolen by Sylas, and Sylas nearly gets himself killed there for not clicking that that lantern. He had to step back for a second. Maybe a little bit of a you know, a missed entry there, you know, misinput, but doesn't actually get punished for it too badly.
Sometimes I close my eyes and click as well.
Yeah, sometimes it needs to be done, you know. It was inshallah and press the buttons. That's how we win some fights. That's my average solo queue experience, to be honest. Just just queue up, close eyes, press buttons, and pray. But yeah, honestly, I think this game is very comfortable right now for the side of Pagans. They would have to do something quite bad here to get this gold lead off of them. And we see, speaking of bad things, Sova there goes for some deep vision, does get the vision, but loses half his life for it. But the team want the smoke on the side here. They're going to get a kill here onto Goodman. Sion might die next. They get the pop onto the turret there, the kind of the crystal, essentially replacement for Demolish. And now they're going to just try and prioritize getting the tier 2. Sion ults to get himself the safety. And now the priority becomes the wave, but they do catch Rel, and Rel's probably going down here. That is the 11th kill onto Kassan. And now DDD's in the wrong place, and DDD's going to go down too. And it looks like Mystery, and again, they're living up to their name right now. Zhao Mei is the only one that doesn't look like he's running it at the moment. Sion does eat a ton of damage, but we can't see it. And Bishop, he actually just shuffled the shit out of that Ziggs. And that's an ace right there, ladies and gentlemen. Ace on the side of Pagans, 26 kills to 10, as the Baron has just spawned 30 seconds ago. And if they were feeling themselves, they might have gone for it, but I think they make the right choice here in preventing, you know, what could have been fatal, because, you know, Goodman was back up. He could have tried to contest them. They were quite low, so respectably they decide, let's just reset, and they move immediately Sova and Sumatase over to that top side to try to get some control over that Baron pit, because you know, with it being spawned at 20 minutes, it's harder for them to take, but it's still very much in their wheelhouse, especially if there's a man advantage. And Scooby-Dooby-Doo kills 5th time dead right there. He is I think officially maybe running it at this point. And we see here now Pagans are looking for that Baron. They're going to send 3 members onto it and try and keep people away with the Thresh. Don't quite know if Thresh is the guy to block 3 or 4 members. Ultimate there comes out by Zhao Mei, and I think they might have to drop this. They do let it reset.
Yeah, and now they're gonna have to get out of there. Do they elect to go for the chase down? No, they're just gonna go for the mid tier 2 and try to get as much back as they can for this. As you see some of the Krugs getting stolen away, but you got to be careful here for Sun. You don't know where the rest of their members are. This is a questionable decision to walk into the arms of Sejoke, as he's gonna steal the ultimate and use that to get away. That's a smart play. But he actually doesn't even need to use it. Never mind what I said. But look at the Drake timer. The next Drake is spawning, and it would be sole point, as now Soa and getting caught out, and look at all the damage in return, but it's not going to be enough. And now they're going to look to go all in as the Azir is trying to get out of there. But now you see the members following up, and there goes your AD carry. There goes the chase. Crash down Magnustorm, buffered by the Shurima shuffle, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's here. Everyone's dead. And suddenly, this game is flipped on its head. 4 members dead, and look at the gold lead. It's almost gone, and they will get the Drake as their reward. And maybe look for the Baron. They should not do this. Their health bars are way too low. But do they want to risk it? As you can see that Sun is still hanging around.
I think they could actually do it right now.
Finally like to back off.
Yeah, I respect the decision to not risk it because it would have been a 50-50. But so when we flip things around, right? So when I was talking about Pagans maybe doing it, I said, oh, respectable decision not to, because Gwen is kind of a hyper carry champion. Gwen is a champion who could have shred all of them had she been full HP, and they all be, you know, their resistances are shredded from Baron, and you know, she could just essentially EQ in and probably get like a triple kill, and she's just that kind of champ, right? I don't think Silas is quite that level, and so they could have risked it, but I don't know, because Silas is quite fed. Even if he was the only threat, maybe he's still risky, you know? He's on 3 items, and you know, he could have probably gotten kills there. So you know, they decide whatever, we play it safe, we play calculated. And I think that's one thing I want to talk about here, is I think that Pagans overplayed their hand. They were severely ahead and they kept fishing for kills. They weren't controlling wave states and they weren't controlling areas around objectives, right? Like they gave up loads of free vision in the Baron pit. But let's talk about this fight that's about to happen.
Hold on a second. The Zhonya's gonna be popped, and now he's gonna be popped. Sun is just dead. And hold on a second. Look at where Femboy is. Femboy's not anywhere near this if they need to fight this. And we just talked about the Drake. Excuse me, not the Drake, the Baron. There's gonna go. Femboy, they're gonna look for this angle. Femboy is teleporting to the top. There's the threshold. Crash down. Gonna come out over the top. Gonna find Fisk, and there he goes. And there goes the Gwen. Snip, snip, snip. Take a little off the top. And down goes Kason. And suddenly, this game is looking entirely in the favor of Mystery Int off the back of that play.
Yeah, they've actually flipped the gold lead here. They actually just completely took it out of Pagan's hands. And yeah, so I mean, I just saw someone in the Twitch chat say how to throw 101. I would rather focus on the fact I think the Mystery Int have played perfectly to their limits. I think that they did a ton of inting in the early game, and that's why that there's 27 kills on the side of Pagans. But in this mid to late game, their decision making has been very good. They've known exactly what fights they can and cannot take, and they haven't really been accosted too much, right? And now they get to walk away with essentially catching Pagans with their pants down in that play where they kind of looked like they were maybe going for the Baron vision, and then they decided not to, and they got caught in their own jungle. And the wave, like I said earlier, the wave states weren't quite where they should have been, so their indecisiveness cost them their mid tier 2. Because Gwen was able to just crash a mid wave that was just there. It should never have been at that point, but it was. And they were able to get it, and it got them some free gold. It got them, I believe, an objective bounty as well. And okay, what is Bishop doing? He just walked in and just allowed them to auto attack him for free, and that's a double kill here for Ziggs, and Ziggs is looking for more. We can see that on the side of this fight here, Thresh is walking away. The Sion is going to knock him up. It's going to be a triple kill here for Zhao Mei. Sion gonna maybe walk around. Quadra kill here for the Ziggs. And now we see there's one person left. A stray person is left. Are they gonna let the Ziggs get the Penta, or what's gonna happen? He's gonna jump the wall here with his W. We can see Sion setting it up. Oh, he misses the Q, but the passive is gonna be enough, and that is going to be a Penta kill. Jesus Christ. And they have a wave. Again, Pagans didn't have the wave states correct, and so they're able to crash this. And with the Baron buff, that's just the game. They went from being about 4K up to losing the entire series so swiftly there. GG. Mystery Int. They did their namesake. They entered a little. It was a mystery, but in the end, I guess they kind of solved it. So GG, quick 2-0 there for the boys, for Mystery Int, and a Penta for their troubles as well. Honestly, very clean play by them when they wanted it to be, you know? We could see the mid laner saying Permabama bought that game. Crazy.
I think definitely some takeaways from both teams. I mean, obviously a great comeback, but I'd almost say that comeback was more because of Pagans not playing well than it was Mystery Int playing well. They did great in some of the team fights, but Pagans, I mean, they kept putting themselves in these awkward positions. I mean, Kaysan was getting jumped by 2 guys in an alleyway, and his friends looked at him and ran. And for some reason, every time Kaysan was just left alone to die, and it was really confusing. Or it was the Silas going in too far. I mean, for both of these teams, I think definitely some pros and some cons to this series, but for Pagans, you can't choke that away. I mean, all you had to do was play your advantages, play as a team, and instead you had guys trying to make superhero plays, and it looked like just a guy with super written on his chest in squiggly crayon lines who like jumped in a ditch or something, and it just didn't look good. I mean, that wasn't the teamwork we needed to see, and credit to Mystery Int. And when they came together and played as a team, it looked good. They played to their composition's strengths. They played to the fact that, hey, the Mega Inferno Bomb can be used when you're getting people stunned up with the Crash Down Magnet Storm, with the Decimating Smash. It was a great comeback from them, but that was more of a story of Pagan's failure than Mystery Int's success.
No, I agree. I think definitely was a very clean game when needed by Mystery Int, right? I think that they threw a lot of stuff in the early game, and we saw, I mean, what is that gold lead? Like 4.5k, roughly 4 or 5k, somewhere in that region for Pagans by just under 20 minutes. But like when it got to the point where everybody had their items, when everybody had their gold, the decisiveness, the cleanness was there for Mystery Int, right? Game 1, I think that they had a lot more kind of, what's the word, like cleanness of their execution from the beginning, right? That early game wasn't bad. It was actually quite good on the bottom half of the map. Like mid, bot, jungle, all had a very good game. I think the only person who had a rough time, and it was less about performance and more about just purely being punished by the enemy top side, was Siosuke. But outside of him, I think the rest of them had a very clean performance in game 1. And in game 2, we saw the bot lane, we saw the jungle have a bit of a hard time in the early game, you know, into the early stages of the mid game. They got severely punished, trying to take some fights they shouldn't have taken. But once they all had their gold, once they all had the items they needed, they knew exactly how to execute. But yeah, oh damn, is that a second cat? Yo, get the graphic off, get the graphic off. Aaron, go back, we need to see second cat. There's 2 cats, we doubled up on cats. This is the real content we came for.
These are my babies. Yep. These are my babies, and for those that missed it earlier, here is the biggest cat you'll ever see. Now, people look at this cat and they tell me, hey, he's fat like you. It's an American cat, what can I say? As this is a chunky boy.
Like, does the cat have welfare? Like, sorry, healthcare even. Is that a thing? Does he
Unfortunately, he has a...
Is he on insurance?
He has a... Yes, he is. Unfortunately, he has a genetic disorder, so... you can say, but it's not his fault. Unlike most Americans.
He's just big boned.
Yeah, exactly. He, you know, he has to defend the house.
That's valid.
But looking through, you can see Kaysan had a much better game 2, but then in the clutch moments, he fell apart. Like I said, he was in the middle of all of them. You were playing Poke Varus, and you found yourself in the middle of the fight. And it was completely your fault. That is a problem. And for DDD, that last game obviously wasn't great, but he did enough, and that's what matters at the end of the day. You don't need to be the superhero. Yeah.
For all the people who have played League long enough, they'll remember the "it's just a Civer comp" meme, which is, I think, kind of funnily holds true here. But yeah, I think this is probably the star performance of that team. You know, getting the Penta, the Jin, Jesus, the Ziggs. There we go. Words are hard. I don't know where I got Jin from. I didn't see any 4s, but I guess it's in his assists, right? But yeah, look, 31.85% of his team's damage, over 1,000 DPM. Even if the laning phase wasn't particularly stellar, he did walk out with a gold lead at 15 minutes. So probably one of the only people on his team that had a gold lead at 15 minutes and was a part of 70+% of his team's kills. So, you know, most things in that game didn't happen without Zhao Mei in there, kind of, you know, hitting the buttons and getting the kills with those bombs. So very much a good game there for Teddy in the mid lane.
I think he's the reason they won this game, because I think without him, they would not have been as close as they were. We remember some of those fights in the bot lane. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top changed the tide of the battle, or at least got something back. And it was just an overall great game. And this is the thing about Ziggs, is even when like your team's not doing well, you have such an impact. Now, we didn't get late enough in the game to really see the effects of it, but the Ziggs wave clear is so insane that it prevents so much tower damage, where you just spend 5 seconds clicking buttons and then you walk off. There's a pro play game where a game went on for almost an hour only because a Ziggs wave clear cleared Baron and power waves over and over. I mean, all you have to do, walk over, bombs, walk away, go help your team. And that wave clear makes all the difference between losing golden XP and losing towers versus not. And so even where we didn't see it, his impact was definitely felt.
No, I agree, 100%. It's a thing that both Ziggs and Sivir do, right? They're very good at clearing waves. They're very good at making sure nothing really gets to their turrets. And especially once they get items in them, it's very hard to push into. And when especially, again, they have a meat shield like a Scion who can just kind of stand there and eat all of the damage, while they get to stand from an entire screen away, just throwing bombs, throwing boomerangs. And okay, yeah, we see the replay here of, I think, a little overzealous play by Bishop there. Tries his hardest to get in, but like doesn't want to quite commit to throwing out the Emperor's Divide, and so he walks, and in so doing that, he ends up eating his entire health bar and damage, and he gets the Emperor's Divide eventually, but he's too low HP to actually be able to capitalize on it, and his team couldn't do so either. And then we just get to watch the rest of Mystery and just run down their team at the end of this play. And yeah, here we see Ziggs is going to be able to get that Penta, whiffs the Q, but with the passive empowered auto, quick pentakill, and the game is a wrap from there. Just one bad fight at 30 minutes just costs you the entire game nowadays. It's you know, the death timers are too high, and they had a wave, so what could you do? They had a wave and they had Baron, so what can you do? Yeah, Aaron, what you can do is anything else?
Not get to that bad of a spot. I mean, I hate to say it, but they were winning. They were up. We saw the gold graph. It was over 5,000 gold, and you choked it away in one fight because you got overzealous. I mean, yes, you can say like, wow, I mean, 30 minutes, you get wiped and then it's done. But look at that gold graph. That is like 5,100 or 5,200, and you had that, and then we all saw it. I hope we have a replay of it. They just got too excited, and Silas going in too far. Kason walked in the middle of all of them, and just it was so uncoordinated between Pagans that their target selection was wrong, their movements were wrong. Unfortunately, I hate to be harsh on them, but that was horrible. I think this is that fight. So obviously you go in and you get the thresh, and this is where you can cut your losses. They only walk out with the support kill, and here goes Kason walking up too far, flashing away, and those are both of your carries in your front line. And there goes Kason, and obviously Jace trying to get them off of his teammates, but you just walked into a grave, and then suddenly with the teleport it was too late. This is another fight. Cut your losses. Your Silas is dead. Back away. And they get a little too aggressive in their positioning, and it eventually leads to this. You're gonna see it here. Caught out. They pull the Rel forward, and you see the damage of the Ziggs bomb. Fisk walks up too far, and where's Kason? Kason is hugging the Gwen! I mean, I hate to be harsh on a guy, but that is not how you play ADC. Guys, Christmas time is over. Stop giving out hugs. It's time to focus up and win. Hopefully we can see Pagans bounce back next week, but there needs to be some drastic changes if they're gonna come back after an embarrassing loss like this one.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to call it an embarrassing loss. I think that Mystery Inn look like one of the better teams. If I had to, so unfortunately we don't quite have graphics for this yet. Well, I'm working on it. We'll get them. They'll be there for week 2. But if we look quickly at
NA production, guys, in the chat.
We have 40 teams to deal with, or 39 teams, close enough to 40. It's been a Herculean task. I am but one man. There's only so much I can do on Photoshop in one day, you know. But anyway, if we look at the Group B standings, right, we have Mystery Inn, who I think are probably a shoe-in to be the best team in their group, followed by probably Latitude. I think are probably the second best. So they're four Macedonian dudes, I believe, one high GM. I think he's like 800 LP or something. And then a couple other people that kind of range from like master to low diamond, and then I would probably have put Pagans third, and then we have Goon City and Salmon Gondonis, who Salmon Gondonis are all diamond, so they are by far and away the weakest team in the bracket. So if they get any wins, I will be surprised. I mean, I hope they do. I love an underdog story, but I will be surprised.
It'll be a celebration.
And then Goon City are they were supposed to be a mashup team, but they ended up merging into a 5-man. And we'll see how well they do as well. But I think, in my opinion, I would have put Mystery Inn up top, and then the other 3 teams in a kind of mishmash where any of those teams could come out on top, and then I would put Salmon Gondonis in the bottom. So I wouldn't say Pagans losing to Mystery Inn is particularly problematic for them. There's still plenty of opportunities for them. The top 4 teams from this bracket will still make playoffs. It's only the lowest team that doesn't make it. So there's still all to play for them in this bracket for sure. But yeah, for sure, definitely some things to improve on, like you mentioned. You know, there's some eagerness things they need to kind of chill out on. They kind of need to learn when to pull the trigger appropriately and not kind of overplay their hand like they did in that game to throw their leads. But yeah, Aaron, is there anything left for us to do, or are we good to go? No interview.
Yeah,
okay, just wrap.
I think real quick, I think Pagans are a team that can definitely bounce back. I'm not concerned for them not making playoffs, but Mystery and obviously an amazing team. But if you're going to win the MiniLCS, you need to beat the best teams. You can't say, hey, we lost and we're satisfied, or, oh, don't worry, there were some plus sides. No, you need to be the best. You need to beat the best to be the best. And that's where I say, like, hey, you cannot have a game 2 like that again. Hopefully we see them bounce back in week 2. Obviously, thank you so much for you guys having some NA production to help me feel at home here, as Yones pointed out in chat. But I will say, for my first time casting here in MiniLCS, I loved it here. Great casting for you guys. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure to keep your eyes on the Discord. If you're not already in it, you should definitely join it, as you can stay up to date with MiniLCS and the rest of the season schedule. But make sure to keep your eye out for the rest of the matches, we have many more weeks of action. The next game is going to be Sunday, so make sure to tune in on Sunday to catch the action. It'll be a great series. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here at MiniLCS today, and congratulations to our winners today. Thank you so much to Day Zero, Beto, and Aaron, my fellow casters and production team today. And any final closing thoughts, Day Zero?
I'm so ready for this to be over, boys. Today was intense. We had 5 separate series played. 4 of them were streamed. We had a whole extra series with a replay, which is what we just did there. I'm tired right now, bro. I was on the Discord, like, trying to make sure all the games went okay and making sure all the dudes who were doing the other third-party streams had what they needed. Oh, I am so ready to go to sleep right now.
How are you tired though? It's only 6 p.m.
True, you're right. Yeah, not 20 past 11 or anything. Time is a myth.
Yeah. Totally not.
man-made
Come on,
construct.
man. Yeah, exactly. Just be a machine. Be more like Oriana. Come on.
Yeah,
But,
true.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here today for MiniLCS. Make sure to tune back in Sunday. We hope you all take care and have a great night.